Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the November 23rd Planning Board meeting. While the room fills up, if we could come to order and join me in a salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag, the United States of America, to the republic
for which it stands,
one nation,
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible,
with
liberty
liberty
and
and justice
for all.
for all. Thank you, everybody. Could I have sunshine announcement, please?
All right, good evening, everyone. Today is Tuesday, November 23rd in the year 2021. This is a Jersey City Planning Board meeting with a scheduled 5:30 p.m. start time. To adhere to the social distancing protocols and best practices, this is being held virtually, open to the public. And in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act, notice of this meeting has been given to the editor of the Jersey Journal, the Jersey City Reporter, and posted with the city clerk on November 15th and re-sunshined on November 19th in the year 2021. This meeting was also posted on the Jersey City Division of City Planning webpage, and all distribution materials made available to the board were published and available to the public.
All right, thanks, Cam. And could we have a roll call, please?
Certainly. All right, Commissioner Horton.
Present. Aye.
All right, Commissioner Gangadin.
Here.
Commissioner Dr. Sai,
Here.
Commissioner Allen,
Here.
and Chairman Langston.
Here.
All right, we have 5 commissioners present. We have a quorum.
We also have Commissioner Torres there.
Oh, he jumped on too? All right.
Yeah, he's there.
Okay, so Commissioner Torres,
I'm here.
all right, super. 6 commissioners.
All right, thank you, everybody. Mike, can we swear in the staff, please?
I see Liz, Tanya, Francisco, Mallory, Cameron. Do you guys swear any testimony you get tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, do we have any correspondence, Cam?
Yes, we do. All right, so we have 6 items that are requesting to carry with preservation of notice to the next regularly scheduled planning board meeting. So that is item 10, case number P20-166. That is for address 250 Fairmont. We have item 19, which is case P20-156, address 456-480 Duncan Ave. We have case item 21, which is case P21-103, carrying to December 7th. Address is 355 Communipaw. Case 20, item 22, case P20-169, address 62 to 68 Monitor Street, carrying to December 7th with preservation of notice. And we've got 2 more. Bear with me. We have item 26, case number P20-102, address 804-810 West Side Avenue, carrying to December 7th with preservation of notice. And very last, we have case P21-043, item 27 on the agenda, address 399 to 401 Halliday Street, carrying to December 7th with preservation of notice. I will put that in the chat right now.
Awesome, thanks, Cam. And okay, we have Mr. Freitas with his hand up. I don't know if that's accidental or he actually has something he wants to add.
Oh,
Okay,
lower.
down.
An architect, I think.
Okay, so let's get into new business. We are going to carry our discussion of the annual planning board reorganization. We'll carry that to a date to be certain November 30th, if that's okay. That's our special meeting next Tuesday. Okay, so let's get into item 9 is the review and discussion of the 2022 planning board meeting calendar. Everybody's seen the calendar. Does anybody have any questions, comments, major concerns? I went over it. I didn't see any holidays around it. I think there was a Flag Day situation, but other than that, it looked good. Anybody else? Okay, so I would, at this point, entertain a motion to adopt the calendar for 2022.
Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion to adopt the calendar for the planning board for the year 2022.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to adopt the calendar. Could we have a roll call, please, Cam?
Certainly. On a motion to approve, Commissioner Horton.
Aye.
Commissioner Gangadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Zai,
Aye.
Commissioner Allen,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres,
Aye.
and Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries. All in favor.
Okay, thank you. And might actually see everybody in person. I don't know. We'll see what happens. All right. So we have item 10 is carried. If I could, let's, I planned on moving one item up. If we can have Mr. Shaljan come forward, if his team is on. I'd like to call case P21-079 is a preliminary and final major site plan amendment for 30 Park Lane North and 700 Washington Boulevard.
All right, promoted Ron.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening,
Good evening, council.
Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you hearing this matter promptly as you are. This is an application, it's a notice application and a.
Council, just before you start, Chairman, did you actually call the case number?
I did, Santo. I think I called the case number was P21-079. I believe I did.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Salgian, place your appearance on the record. We'll mark notice.
Ronald Shalgian of Schuman Hanlon on behalf of the applicant Wave Building LLC.
Thank you, Mr. Salgian. Mr. Chairman, I am to receive the affidavit and notice proof of publication with respect to the application at 30 Park Lane North, 700 Washington Boulevard. This is a amendment for preliminary and final major site plan approval. All does appear to be in order. We can go ahead and mark that as A1 for the record. And council, I will note for the record that this is an application that was previously approved. If memory serves me correctly, we're going to go back about 11 months to January of 2021. The application was approved at that point in time. And it appears from what I saw posted and the notice that there was apparently a trip up down at the DEP is how I'll phrase it, where they didn't go ahead and go along with everything that this body did. There seems to be some things that are going to be tweaked by the proposed amendments. Is that fair to say?
That's correct, Mr. Lampy.
So, Mr. Salgian, if you could walk the board through the proposed amendments and really the difference between what was approved and what you're seeking to amend tonight. I don't know if you even need any witnesses to discuss those items, but I'll defer to you.
Thank you. Perhaps we could even shortcut it further. We submitted 2 letters, one from our architect, Minnow and Wasco, and another from Dresner Robin, the civil engineer. They were attached to the application when it was submitted along with the DEP letter of comments. What I had each of the professionals do was summarize in bullet points what the revisions are. If I may, it'll just take a moment. I'll read the 6 items in Minnow Wasco's a letter and then the few items in Dresner Robin, and that should do it.
That worked, Council.
Thank you. With respect to Minnow and Wasco's letter, the structured garage was reduced by one level from 6 to 5. The units lining the garage were reduced by one level from 6 to 5. The garage ramping was revised to accommodate more parking. The amenity space was moved from the 7th floor to the 6th floor to respond to the roof terrace drop. The landscape roof terrace was redesigned to accommodate the new garage design. And finally, glass railings were added to the roof level. And that's the extent of the changes, the architectural changes. With respect to the civil engineering changes, I asked them to summarize those as well. The comments I received back were that the zoning table statistics were updated, the architectural background was updated, grading revisions along the northwest corner of the building based upon updated architectural background was done. The gas meter room was relocated to the northwest corner based on the location of the gas main in the street. And the block and lot number has been updated to reflect the current block and lot number in accordance with the recently approved subdivision of the property. And that's the extent of the revisions. The summary, I guess, is that the height of the garage was reduced from 6 stories to 5. There was a reduction in the unit count from 391 to 387, and an increase in the number of parking spaces from 363 to 387. And that's the extent of the revisions.
Okay, thank you, Council. I have no questions. Anybody else? Okay, thank you, Council. If anybody's here from the public that wants to comment, if you could, please raise your hand. And if you are calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hand. Anybody from public?
Chair, seeing no more public comment, I would like to move and close the public comment.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded to close public. Public is closed. Cam, do you have anything you want to add?
I'm just going to reaffirm that Mr. Shaljan complies with the conditions stated in the staff report dated all the way back to December of 2020. And those are the 6 conditions that were put in the resolution to the previous approval.
My client will comply with those provisions as well as the provisions of the November 16th, 2021 memo from the Department of Engineering, which we received. I presume planning received it and the board received it.
Correct. Perfect. With that, planning staff recommends approval.
Okay, thanks, Cam.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case number P21-079 as presented to the board tonight.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded for approval.
All right, Commissioner Horton,
Aye.
Commissioner Gangadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
Commissioner Allen,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres,
Aye.
and Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries all in favor.
Okay, thank you, everybody. All right, let's call item 11 as case P21-096 is a preliminary major subdivision and final major subdivision for 150 and 200 Hudson Street.
All right. Promoting Chuck. All right, Chuck is promoted.
Okay, thank you. Could you also promote Tom Golden, Cameron?
Okay. All right, Tom's here.
Great. So, yeah, for the record, Charles Harrington of Connell Foley on behalf of the applicant. This is a notice case, so I ask that those be reviewed and marked into evidence.
Thank you, counsel. Mr. Chairman, I am receiving the affidavit of publication, proof of mailing with respect to case P21-096, 150 and 200 Hudson Street. All does appear to be in order. You can go ahead and mark those as A1 for the record.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So tonight, what we have before you is, I believe, pretty straightforward, although if you look at the map, it's a little confusing because there's so many lots that come together at this point, but it is a major subdivision that we are requesting, and the reason for that is because this property was subdivided in as recently as 2019. And when you subdivide a property further within 5 years of the latest subdivision, it is automatically deemed a major subdivision. So that's why you have that before you. Now, what we're proposing to do is fix some errors that have occurred as part of that last subdivision and as part of the tax assessor's office consolidating lots that created problems, quite honestly, with the lots because they're owned by two separate entities, but they were consolidated by the tax assessor's office. So we're here to try to unravel all this and set everything out correctly. And in that regard, I have Tom Golden from Matt Cali on behalf of our client who can walk through you. Tom has lived through all this, so he knows the particulars better than anybody. And in that regard, I'd ask that Francisco is going to share his screen and put up the subdivision, and then Tom can walk everybody through it.
Mr. Harrington,
Yes.
was the 2019 subdivision,
That's correct.
was that filed and perfected?
Yes,
All right, so was that with a map?
yes.
Oh, boy. That's
Mr.
actually better than the deed. Okay.
Mr. Golden, we do have to swear you in before you comment, though.
Do
Sorry.
you swear that any answers you give tonight and you've already given are going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And can you state and spell your name for the record, please?
Thomas Golden, Golden is the last name, Thomas, Thomas.
Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Golden, before you begin, could you just, for the benefit of the board, identify how you're related to the applicant and what position you've held and how long with the
Yes.
company?
The entities as part of the subdivision are Mac Cali Realty entities, Mac Cali MC Plaza 2 and 3 LLC, and Cali Harborside Fee Associates LP are Mac Cali entities. I'm a vice president of development at Mac Cali. Been employed at Mac Cali for 24 years in the position of planning and development. I handle the entitlements and the approvals for the company's portfolio, both land and buildings. I'm a licensed professional planner, and I've been before the Jersey City Planning Board probably most of those 24 years on and off.
And Mr. Golden, you're uniquely familiar with the issues and the lots that are being presented tonight. Is that correct?
Yes, I am.
Okay, then.
Counsel, are we qualifying Mr. Golden as an expert, a planner?
We're just, Mr. Golden is just going to take you through the subdivision
Okay,
with his knowledge of it.
okay, that works.
So Francisco, if you could share the screen, that'd be terrific.
Cam, can you give me access to share the screen, please?
Tom and I are two dinosaurs, so we asked Francisco to share the screen for us.
Oh, there we go.
Currently, I have all panelists. Is it coming up?
Yeah, it came up, but I'm just trying to. Let's see.
Now, Mr. Harrington, while we're waiting for that to load so everybody can see it, I would suspect the best way to try to approach this is the simplest way and explain what it is that we're looking to get to. It sounds to me like maybe there were some lines that were drawn in the wrong place to oversimplify this.
That's correct. And that's what Tom is going to try to do. That's why he's here.
And how are you making out with the tax office and the
Well,
The,
assignment? or-
wait, there we go. Now we can see it. We've been in touch with the tax assessor. Once this subdivision, if and when it's approved and recorded, it'll be reflected on the tax assessor's maps. It's more an issue internally, and I'll sort of walk you through that. But the application is relatively straightforward. So I'll just take a couple, a minute to sort of walk you through. On the left side is what we have as the existing conditions map. And what you see there as lot 18 is actually the Plaza 2 and 3 building at Harborside. And at the top of that lot is what we call the North Pier Access Road. It's the road that leads you out the apartments on lots 19 and 20, which is the North Pier apartments. If you move the cursor a little bit more to the right there, that little lot is what is the bridge. It's the bridge that connects the land to the pier. Back in 2019, that lot was created from lot 18, and we intended to convey it to the North Pier. They wanted to control the bridge. What we found out as we went through the title is that parcel and the parcel from which it came originally were owned by different entities. And the bearing on that lot, which is at the bottom of it, which says it's 38, 51, 10, 62, 62, that bearing there did not match the actual deed itself. So what we tried to do, if you can go to the proposed conditions, was to correct that. So if you slide that over, there we go. And if you go to that same parcel, you'll see the bearing there now says 36, 50, 53, and a dimension of 70. And the balance of the access road is what we now show as lot 18.02. It's that long rectangle, that rectangle there, correct? So that rectangle, the parcel we just described, and that little triangle above the bridge parcel, if you move the cursor up a little bit, those three parcels used to make up what was known as lot 18 back then, that was unfortunately consolidated with the Plaza 2 and 3 lots. What we've done now is go back to what it was. So now the access road is within that rectangle. The bridge parcel is what we just described. And that other little piece, that triangle, is a remnant. It's actually over the water. That would be consolidated into the lot to the north, which is lot 22, I believe. Yes, lot 22. The bridge parcel would be conveyed to the North Pier, and the rectangle would be created so that now that rectangle really reflects the access road, separate from the Plaza 2-3 building and its loading dock. And the reason we wanted to reestablish that is it makes it easier for us to allocate taxes and expenses to the road, as opposed to it being part of the Plaza 2 and 3 lot. So what we've really done here is clean up the North Pier conveyance and reestablish the North Pier access road so that it can be readily identifiable in terms of its physical area. We can then properly allocate maintenance to it, properly allocate taxes to it, and not have it lumped into the Plaza 2 and 3 building. So in essence, as Chuck said, bottom line is it's a simplified application to make things clean and neat so that the remaining parcel, if you move the cursor down a little, move it down a bit. Just move, excuse me, move the
sorry.
map down, I'm sorry. So that proposed lot 1801 you now see is the Plaza 2 and 3 building and its service court.
So,
Well-
Mr. Golden, just before you continue, I just want to try to identify this a little better in terms of the record.
Okay,
What we are looking at is the proposed lot 18.01. And what you have just described as the rectangular portion, the bridge portion, and the triangle portion are at the, is that the north? I don't see the arrows.
Yes.
The north side of the site?
yes,
So that portion of the northern portion of 18.01, the rectangle being 47.15 feet north to south of the proposed lot 18.01
correct,
and 280.49 feet east to west,
correct,
the rectangle portion. The bridge portion appearing to be to the east of the rectangle portion, 65.11 feet, and also north to south, that 47.15 feet in a trapezoidal or parallelogram type shape with a triangle portion being north of that piece.
that is correct.
I don't see block and lot designations of those three pieces.
All right, so if you look at the drawing, they're just above the rectangle. There's, in the middle of there, it says proposed lot 18.02,
Which is the rectangle, thank you.
correct? Correct. The piece for the bridge is part of what would be proposed lot 19.01. That'll be consolidated with that lot, so now that's why it shows 19.01.
Okay,
And the triangle will be consolidated into lot 22. There, correct.
and if we can move the map just slightly, what's on the other side of the 30-foot walkway easement lot?
That's the river,
11603, that's the river. So
correct.
somehow that jumps the river and connects to that lot 22.
Right, that bridge was built over to connect the pier to the land, and that's how it's built. And that little triangle is obviously still over the river. The lot line obviously went over, it was part, the river.
Very good.
That's in essence the summary of our application. A little bit confusing, I hope not, but it may very well be. But I think council has accurately described what we're looking to do.
Understood. Anybody, any questions for Mr. Golden?
Yeah, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Commissioner Torres. So you're saying that block number lot 7 that I'm looking at that goes to, that's closer to that triangle in the same area is part of the river, or is that?
It's the bridge over the river. It's a bridge that connects.
That's the triangle. It's the bridge
No,
over the river.
No, the piece, move the cursor down just a notch. That, no, I'm sorry, where you had it, the 7, right there. That 4-sided figure there,
Yes.
that's the bridge. That's a physical structure connecting the land there at where it says 08, 04, 32,
Yes.
48, right? That's the land. And the other one where the dashed line is, that's the pier. So it connects the land to the pier.
Lot 1901
Proposed
is
line
the pier?
1901. Yes,
Yes.
And
Yes.
that little triangle, is that also a pier?
No, that's river. That's water.
That's water. So,
Yes.
so when I go to east from there, from the triangle, east, I'm looking at, let me get my picture back up. If you're going east, you're looking at, it says block number, I don't see the number now.
Zoom
Block
out,
number 7,
Francisco. Yes.
block 11,
Right, that's
603.
water.
That's just water.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, okay.
And that-
I
those
couldn't
water, those
I
water
couldn't
lots are,
understand why
okay.
the triangle wound up going past 7 into
Right.
18. I mean 22, up more. So I
Would it-
understand now.
Commissioner, it would have been easier to convey it all, but the North Pier, our agreement was to convey just the bridge. And that's what we're conveying.
Okay, I understand.
Okay, anybody else,
Thank
any
you.
questions? Anybody else, questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Golden.
Thank you.
Council, anything from you?
nothing further.
Okay, thank you. Francisco, if you could just stop your screen share. Thank you. All right, so at this point, let's open it up to public comment. If anybody's here from the public that wants to comment, please raise your hand. If you are calling in and you'd like to comment on this application, you can press *9 to raise your hand. Anybody from the public?
Chair, seeing no more public comment, I would move to close the public comment at this time.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Public is closed. Francisco, anything you want to add?
Just
Oh, by the way, welcome to your first meeting.
thank you. Just the applicant worked with staff. All conditions of approval with the original application would be upheld, and staff recommends approval.
Okay, thank you. And Council, you're okay with that, Mr. Harrington?
Yes, we are.
Okay, excellent. All right, so I'll entertain a motion.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case number P21-096 as presented to the board tonight for approval.
Seconded.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval.
Commissioner Horton,
Aye.
Commissioner Allen,
Aye.
Commissioner Ganganan,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres,
Aye.
and Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries, all in favor.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on to item 12 is case P21-094 is a minor site plan for 747 Grant Street.
All right, I'm promoting Kevin Jones.
Thanks, Kim.
Cameron, there was no notice for this?
No.
Good evening, everyone. Oh, there I am.
Good evening, council.
Good evening, Council.
I also have my engineer, James Morowski, who will be presenting, if necessary, with me. If you could also promote him, that'd be great.
Can you say that name again?
James Morowski, Murawski.
His hand is raised, Cam.
All right.
Find him. Just in case. Okay, I can begin. Good evening, everyone. My name is Kevin Jones from the law firm Zublat & Jones on behalf of the applicant, NY SMSA, doing business as Verizon Wireless. I'll refer to the applicant throughout this hearing as Verizon Wireless. Applicant is an FCC licensed wireless carrier seeking to expand its coverage, provide additional capacity, and enhance wireless services for its customers. Applicant has chosen the building located at 747 Grant Street. It's a 5-story residential apartment building. Solar panels on the rooftop. It's block 18704, lot 16. shown on the tax records. The site is located in the R1 residential zone, wherein wireless rooftop telecom facilities are permitted as second principal uses. The applicant is proposing to install 6 antennas in 3 separate sectors of 2 each. The antennas will have a top height on the rooftop, and these are small cell antennas, so it's not a macro site. These are smaller antennas. The antennas will be stacked on each other with a top height of 64 feet 10 inches. The top of the building, if you will, is 68 feet 8 inches, so that there will be no height increase whatsoever in terms of the overall height of the building. Even though the ordinance allows you, the wireless component of the Jersey City ordinance allows you to extend the height of the building up to 10 feet. In this particular application, the applicant won't be extending it at all. Again, the wireless FCC, the applicant is an FCC licensed carrier, and the proposed use as a wireless telecom facility is permitted as a second principal use in this zone. The ancillary equipment cabinets will be placed on a proposed equipment platform on the rooftop. Again, nothing extending the height of the rooftop. Antennas can be painted to match or wrapped to match, and all equipment and cabling will also be painted to match the facade color of the building to blend in with the surroundings. I don't know if Felix wanted to, Francisco wanted to share the drawings if necessary, if anybody had any questions. Otherwise.
Mr. Jones, perhaps we should share do we have renderings?
We do. Francisco, would you be able to share that?
Yes, give me 1 second just to download it.
We have site plans that were filed with the application, as well as some photo simulations to demonstrate.
Yeah, I know that the board's very sensitive, obviously, to the screening and the impact of the antennas.
Right.
Probably the 300th cell antenna application we've heard in my time here, so.
Probably close to it. Well, oh, I'm sorry, they're up already. Mr. Jones, the one thing we usually ask, we don't like those antennas to be painted the same color as the building, because as you look at them from the ground,
Right.
and I have the drawings in front of me as well as on my computer screen now. We usually tend to go for a matte gray finish, just so it would blend in with the sky. And that pole would be painted that same color. Make sure it's a matte finish so it doesn't reflect sunlight.
Absolutely, that's acceptable. In fact, I've been in front of this board and accepted that same condition. It makes sense. Blends in a little bit better than white. Sometimes light blue. Some cities, Newark, for instance, used to prefer light blue for rooftops. However, on cloudy days, I think the matte gray is probably a better option.
Yeah, we've been going matte gray since my time on the board anyway, which is from 2013 on.
Okay, yeah, the applicant has no problem with that.
Okay. I don't know if Cameron's still on, but we did have, just for future reference, Cam, I know there's one antenna location on Sherman Ave. I forget the address of it. It's right down the street from me. But it is it's like a matte reflective finish, which actually blends in really well. So I don't know if we want to move towards that in the future, but no, the matte gray definitely works right now.
Okay. Not a problem.
Okay, I'll ask the commissioners. Anybody have any questions? I don't know if we need any further testimony.
No.
Okay, I don't see any questions from anybody. Mr. Jones, are you comfortable closing at this point?
I am. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So at this point, let's open it up for public comment. If anybody's here from the public that wishes to comment, please raise your hand. If you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hand. Anybody from public?
Chair, see no more public comment. I would like to move to close the public comment at this time.
Seconded.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. And Francisco, do you have anything you want to add?
Staff doesn't have any additional comments.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, I would like to make a motion to approve case P21-094 with the recommendation tonight.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval.
Commissioner Horton,
Aye.
Commissioner Gangadan,
Aye.
Commissioner Allen,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres,
Aye.
Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay,
Thank you.
great. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mr.
Great
Jones.
Thanksgiving all.
You too, enjoy. All right, let's move on to item 13 is case P20-165 is a preliminary and final major site plan with variances for 21 to 29 Van Ripen Ave.
All right, I'm promoting Mr. Harrington.
Okay, thank you. For the record, Charles Harrington of Connell Foley on behalf of the applicant. This is a notice case, so I'm requesting that they be reviewed and marked into evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Harrington. I am to receive the affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to the application at 21-29 Van Ripen Avenue here in the city under case P20-165. All does appear to be in order. We can mark that as A1 for the record.
Okay, thank you, counsel.
Is this really a P20 case, Mr. Harrington? Is this going to happen?
This was a P20, yeah. We filed this last December. So
Okay.
we got here. So this application before you is, I'm sure, familiar to most, if not all, of the board members in that this is another phase of the Homestead Place extension. This would be phase 5 of my client's respective phases of his extension of the Home Place extension. It is on, Van Ripen and the corner of Homestead Place. My client is a designated developer of this site. He owns the properties. He purchased them privately, and he is in construction right now. Phase 1 is topped off, and we're hoping to receive our TCO shortly. Phase 2 is under construction, and phase 3 is under construction. So he's moving right along, and he's hoping to have phase 4, which would be the 35 cottage property, under construction within 6 months. So he's aggressively moving forward and anxious to complete this. So what this project is it's similar to the other projects that were presented to the board. It is on the south side of Van Ripen, closer to the Journal Square Plaza. It would be a 27-story building that uses the Homestead Place bonus regulations, as well as the office space bonus, which provides for an additional 2 stories on a lot that's over 9,000 square feet, which this exceeds that square footage. It would, similar to the other projects, it's residential above, a mix of office and retail and commercial uses on the ground floor and floors 1 and 2. What this does have also is a garage loading unloading component because of the length of the building along Van Ripen, although technically it's a corner lot because you have Homestead Place and Van Ripen, but you'll see during the presentation that we're providing for loading here, which will marry into the loading that we have on the project across the street as well. We are proposing or requesting a few deviations that you'll see during the presentation. A few are related to the loading area, and we'll point those out during the presentation. The other one, or one of the others, is the height of the first floor at the rear of the building. You'll see the rear of this building is actually on the east side of the Van Ripen street. So it really, you have 2 frontages here, and there's a requirement on the minimum height at the rear of a property which this really reads as a side, as you'll see. And then there's a request for relief on the step back above the 6th floor. So those are the deviations. Other than that, it would be compliant with the other provisions of the Homestead Place bonus regulations and the office regulations. And with that said, I have a few witnesses tonight of my engineer, Chris Collins, will walk you through this through the site. Then Paul Freitas is our engineer, and Charles Height is our planner. So with that said, do I see Chris up here?
I don't see him, Mr. Harrington.
I'm promoting him now. I wasn't sure if he was just a regular member of the public.
Mr. Harrington, maybe for the public's benefit, if we could put up, do we have an overall plan of all the different pieces as to where we are, or do we not have that available?
I don't know if we have that available here unless it's on Chris's plans. But
Can you have the engineer raise his hand? I can't find him.
You got him. He's in.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Then who's, oh, okay, there we go, Paul.
Mr. Harrington, why don't we swear Mr. Collins in and see if he has something that could just help the public understand which piece this is in relation to the other
Sure.
pieces that they see being developed.
Chris, I'll raise you in if you can raise your right hand. Or excuse me, I'll swear you in. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Christopher Collins, CHRISTOPHER
Thank you.
Mr. Collins has been qualified in the past as an expert in engineering, and I'd offer him in that regard again.
Yes, Mr. Collins, your license is current tonight?
Yes.
Thank you. You're qualified.
So, Chris, if you could, you're going to walk us through the site, but maybe using your area map, if you could point out the respective projects next to the Homestead Place and, what's currently under construction.
Sure. So phase one, as Mr. Harrington described, is 2628 Cottage Street. That's up here. That is close to completion. Moving south, there's 35 Cottage Street, which I believe is phase 4.
That's correct.
Phase 3 is 26 Van Ripen Avenue, which is located here. Phase 2 is 618 Pavonia Avenue, which is here. And then the project in question tonight is 2129 Van Ripen Avenue, which is here.
And could you just drag a line through the Homestead Place extension, showing how it's going to connect from Pavonia to Newark Avenue?
Sure. So right now, the existing Homestead Place just runs from Van Ripen Avenue to Pavonia Avenue. That the intent is in the future that will become pedestrianized and run all the way up from Pavonia to Newark on approximately that alignment.
And for the benefit of the board too, they had an application before them within the last couple of months for 21-29 Cottage. I believe your office worked on that. If you could point that out, because that's also part of now the Homestead Place extension.
That project is here.
Okay.
On Cottage Street.
Okay.
Mr. Harrington, are there 3 pieces left to be heard along the Homestead, it looks like?
There are 2 pieces. We are coming back before this board for an amendment for the 35 Cottage, which is phase 4. And we're hoping to be before the board at the December meeting on that. And then phase 6 is across the street from that on the other side of Cottage Street. That is yet to be, the plans have yet to be fully developed. So that would be the last phase that would come back before you.
Very
But
good.
all the other phases have site plan approval.
Okay. So this project, for the record, is block 7904, lots 1 and 2. It's approximately 0.38 acres in area per the survey. It's in the Journal Square 2060 redevelopment plan, zone 4, with the Homestead Place extension bonus. And it fronts on Homestead Place and Van Ripen Avenues. And the Journal Square path station is located approximately 500 feet to the south. The applicant is proposing 612 residential units, 0 vehicular parking spaces, 329 indoor bicycle spaces, and 16 outdoor bicycle spaces, which exceeds the minimum required per the Jersey City Land Development Ordinance. And the building will be 27 stories and 293 feet in height. At present, Homestead Place is currently one-way southbound, and it's currently closed to vehicles for the construction of the 618 Pavonia property next door. But the intent is, with City Council approval, that this will become fully pedestrianized. And Van Ripen is one-way eastbound with parking on both sides of the street. We are showing some surface improvements to that walkway, which are a result of community input from the neighborhood group. And the intent is to have a speed table for a safer pedestrian crossing with a flashing pedestrian sign subject to approval by the Division of Traffic and Transportation. That was actually included as part of the site plan for 26 Van Ripen, which is across the street, but we're showing it here for clarity. And we're providing a 7-foot, 7-foot setback off of Homestead Place to provide extra room for that walkway. And from a circulation standpoint, loading will be off of Van Ripen Avenue. We are providing a loading space inside the building. And in order for a box truck, an SU-30 truck, to swing into this loading space, Chuck, I'm going to bring up that additional figure. I don't know if we want to mark this as an additional exhibit for the record.
We can mark this as A2, and then you can identify it for the record, Chris.
So A2 is drawing number F001. It's labeled SU-30 truck turning exhibit. And as I
Can you
mentioned,
just give us the date?
it is August 10th, 2021.
Thank you.
Last revised September 13th, 2021. So as you can see here, an SU-30 box truck, which would probably be on the larger end of the trucks using this loading space, due to the limited amount of real estate on the street and parking on both sides of the street, needs to swing out a little bit to get into that space. And we have located this loading area in a place where that extra maneuver, that swing out, would be located in an existing driveway area, and as well as an existing loading area that's been proposed as part of the site plan approval for 26 Van Ripen, project across the street. But this is sort of a worst case scenario. Smaller trucks like U-Hauls, things like that, smaller moving vans are likely to not need this maneuver. Going back to the site plans. Stormwater from the building and the site will flow to the existing sewer in Homestead Place, which is currently being upgraded as part of the 618 Bavonia project across the street. We are providing a detention basin inside the street, which will attenuate the runoff from the 210 and 100-year storm events per JSMUA requirements. We are proposing a 6-inch water service from the existing main in Van Ripen Avenue. And the sanitary sewer will connect to that same combined sewer I just mentioned in Homestead Place. Electric service will likely come from Van Ripen Avenue, subject to PSE&G approval. And same thing with gas service. And we are in receipt of 2 comment letters, one from the Jersey City Division of Engineering and the Jersey City Municipal Utilities Authority, and we plan to work with them to address those comments.
Anything further, Chris?
That's all.
Any questions for Chris at this time?
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Anybody, any questions?
Okay, before I move on to our architect, I just note so that the board's aware of it. You know, this is a lot of moving parts, and we're continuing to move forward on different aspects of it. And specifically, we have, you know, we're showing the plan for the Homestead Place pedestrian area on the plan. But planning has requested us, and you know, we've agreed to bring, even though we've shown this walkway over the terms of these prior phases, bring one plan before the planning board so that you see it as a complete set. We've been working with the community on the designs that you're seeing, but and we think that's a good idea. And that means us and the 2129 cottage project that you saw within the last couple of months, coordinate that, the walkway and the improvements, so that you'll have it all before you and not piecemeal. So we're gonna be working on that.
We appreciate that.
Yes, I have one question.
Yeah, go
Chairman. Can we go back to the page with truck swinging in? Okay, so my one question is, the only way you said it's at best 30 feet. The only way they're going to be able to get in there is to pull in.
You could back up too as well, Chris, right?
Yeah, this pulling in is the you know, front end is the easier maneuver. It is a little more difficult to back in.
Okay, the reason I'm asking, will there be like warning signs, or I know this is too far out, but will there be someone to guide them out? Because a 30-foot box truck trying to back out down the sidewalk with pedestrians is, I pull out my driveway every day and people got their heads down in their phone. They're not paying attention to anything.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there would be signals for the garage going in and out, warning signs, and also these this be for move-ins and move-outs predominantly. So that is scheduled by management at specific times. It's not going to have people coming in randomly. So you will have people out there to direct you know, the trucks going in and out.
Okay, that's all. That's just that one question.
Yeah,
I have a question to this is Thomas, on what Commissioner Allen is speaking about. We talked about moving in and coming around on the south side by the building. How do we maneuver out when we have to maneuver out? Because you're going to have an existing driveway. You have an existing driveway. We're going to have another one, a loading dock area on the north side. when you go to swing out on the south side, there's nothing towards the, I guess, the east of that.
Over here? Is
Yes,
that what you're referring to? Okay.
yes, yeah. How do we maneuver out of the space then? If we need to do all of this maneuver to get into it.
I think that the truck would exit in a similar fashion. Utilizing that
So
space.
it's a one-way street.
Right.
You don't have, are there gonna be cars parked on this side of that, I guess my right of the fire hydrant where that white car is? Is there gonna be, right where I see a white car now?
Right, so parking because of these driveways and the fire hydrant is already prohibited
Right
here.
there, yes.
Similarly, when this curb cut is made, I believe parking would be prohibited in front of this driveway.
Okay.
So if it makes it
Yeah, I mean, one way of going in, that's understandable. You also
Right.
have to look at the way of coming out. And right now, to come out with that type of a swing on any truck would be going into the white car that's there. So if there was a car, if the white and blue car were in place right now, because they're legally parked, would that truck be able to get out?
Well, those wouldn't be there because you'll see faintly, that'd be a loading zone.
Okay.
So you wouldn't be able to park there.
over here. Oh, yes.
No,
over
not there. I'm
here.
not talking about there.
Oh, you're
What about
talking
the other
about
side?
right,
We're
right
coming
here.
we're coming out now,
Okay.
right? We need to get out of the loading dock
Um,
yet. Either
So,
white
Mr.
car and
Torres,
the blue car.
you're talking about the white car that's to the west of the curb cut and the blue car that's to the
I would
east of the
say-
curb cut.
I would say the blue car that's to the east and the white car that's to the northeast. Right
oh,
there.
over here. Right. It's one way. So you would back out. You have to back out. A
It's
little
one way.
bit.
Yeah, so you're doing the
Right.
same maneuver in reverse.
Right. And then you would go forward again
Okay, oh,
down the street.
okay. That's how you would back out, okay?
Right.
Now, Mr. Harrington, what is the status of the proposed 2832 Van Ripen loading area?
That we've discussed all of this with Jersey City Engineering Department and their traffic department. That's how these loading areas came about. But they have to eventually go before the city council.
And they have not actually been proposed yet to the council?
They have not yet, no.
So would that be a condition of approval?
That loading area be there?
Because I think we all do agree, without that loading area there, you're not getting a box truck into this loading zone, right?
Right. I guess the issue is the timeliness of that. When would Jersey City Engineering and Traffic want to put that before the council? I've had situations where they say, well, it's not ripe yet, pretty much here. Build it first and then we'll approve it. Like the project across the street, which is under construction.
Well, and I guess that's my concern too.
Right. This works if that happens. So I guess you would provide that needs to be in place for this diagram, this metric to work. If not, we'd have to come back to the board to amend it.
Yeah, but at that point, your hands are, our hands are tied and your hands are tied. We're not going to move that entrance, based on the loading zone across the street.
Well, we'd need to have that in place, the loading zone across the street, we would need to have approved and in place by the council before we start any construction.
Okay. I don't know, Mr. Harrington, are you okay with conditioning that?
Yeah, I could, yes, because then we'll move on that now. I mean, we have a lot to present to the city council on Homestead Place, so we'll add that to the list.
Yeah, I think.
So I guess, Mr. Harrington, my question is, were you told not to move on it yet because it wasn't ready to be moved on? In which case, I think you have to move on some of those things, and especially if you're granted final approval of something that has such an obvious impact to your building.
Yeah, it's not that we weren't told not to move on it, that it's just that typically, in my experience, lags behind a little bit. The loading area zones or no parking zones. So, but that is something that we will, need to address in the immediate future.
Yeah, I think this one is critical.
Because that loading, just so for everybody's benefit, that loading zone, you'll see it's in front of that project across the street, and there's a house there. That house is actually owned by my client, and that is part of that overall development. So you're not proposing a loading zone in front of somebody else's property. That's all part of that overall development there, just to put it in perspective.
Quick question.
What's the status of that development?
That's just starting construction.
Right. But the house is still there.
We can't take the house down. We have to save it. We're restoring it. We're using it as part of the overall development.
Okay, I think we had a question from Peter.
Quick question. Assuming the loading zone is approved, is there going to be restrictions when box trucks could deliver? I think what I'm envisioning is, let's say loading zone is being actively used. Someone's unloading or loading. It's there for an hour. Is there going to be a box truck circling the block for an hour or double park somewhere? Or, how is that going to be addressed? Because it can't obviously turn in if it's being blocked by traffic at the loading zone. I'm just trying to envision what's going to happen with that vehicle, what kind of traffic impact it's going to have.
Well, it's a good question. I think that's a discussion we should have with Jersey City Traffic, with our traffic engineer, how to coordinate timeframes to make sure that works.
Okay. Yeah, just to get back to the Jeffrey's question before, we have talked about, having someone there for load in and load out. So I definitely in order here and as well as, some kind of indicator on the outside of the building. But, I don't want to put the responsibility of seeing that signal on someone driving by or a pedestrian walking by. So I definitely think we need to say that there's going to be somebody available from the building staff that'll handle load in and load out with the truck.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Can we also put in the scheduling so that way we don't have two trucks at the same time trying to come in and, if we're gonna let's say people are moving in on Saturday morning, somebody else Saturday afternoon, not another truck just sitting there.
Also, that's beyond our jurisdiction as the board, but I think from a safety standpoint, when you're looking at minor site plan or major site plan applications, and especially when one of the variants is to provide less than the required the minimum off-street loading spaces, I think that safety is always within this board's purview. So the way it has to be, Mr. Harrington, would be that the owner has to ensure the safety and has to put in all necessary safety requirements with respect to that I think that the comments are pretty clear as to what everybody believes would go a long way in ensuring that safety, a set schedule and monitoring and things of that nature. I think that we would want to see devices as well, Mr. Harrington. I think, correct me if I am wrong, Chairman, but I think you need absolutely safety devices, ADA compliant safety devices, especially now with these people walking around with the headphones on and the iPhones and whatnot. Tell you what, it's scary out there.
Right. And that's certainly the intent of this, like my.
And I know it is, Mr. Harrington.
So we would have no problem having that as, a condition of approval, that's a requirement that management oversee and schedule these move-ins and move-outs and manage and oversee the ins and outs of any truck going into that area.
And council, is that area also used for retail deliveries?
It could be used for retail as well, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's, it's a lot for the building to schedule, but it's gotta be. Okay, any other questions for Mr. Collins?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Doctor.
Looking at the parking of 4 white cars and then 2 blue cars, how many parkings they are going to lose over here?
On which side of the street? The north side? or the
Loadings
south?
on both the sides. You can see they are going to lose parking over there because that truck cannot go or cannot back up. Those cars will be moved, so they are going to lose the parking also.
Yeah, those
Yes,
three.
Go ahead.
Those three, correct, in the proposed 2832 Van Ripen loading zone.
Mm-hmm.
And then the fourth one is in front of the curb cut.
Mm-hmm. And 3 here.
Well, not three here, and that across the street, that was presented to the board as part of that development application, that loading zone.
Right.
But on this side of the street, you'll obviously lose the one with the entry driveway into the building. But I note that you have 2 cars here to the west that are just before the walkway. That's a driveway where they go in. This curb cut's there. So although this picture shows cars parked there, there's actually a driveway there. The existing site was used for parking.
Oh.
Okay,
Over here, yep.
so essentially we're looking at 1 parking spot that we're gonna lose just for that.
Right.
Right, approximately one space, and then the other spaces lost across the street, or part of the other application. It would be subject to city council approval.
Yeah, so we're just losing 1 on this application just for that 1 curb cut.
Right.
And we're possibly gaining 1 or 2 that'll be available to the public now. Right, that curb cut that you just mentioned would now be a public spot, correct?
Right.
Okay. So
And if I might add that, having loading inside the building, even though we are asking for a deviation for the dimensions of that loading space, is going to result in less parking lost as part of this application than the alternative, which is taking up 2 or 3 loading space or parking spaces on the street for loading, like what was proposed across the street. So for this application, it may be the most efficient way to provide loading without with losing the minimum number of spaces.
Sure.
Well, Mr. Collins, you're supposed to provide 2 off-street.
Loading.
For
Yeah.
Yeah, loading.
Right, per the land development ordinance, yes, and that's
Right,
one of the
so-
indications.
You would wind up losing at least 2 parking spaces on the street to provide the loading if you comply, so.
And it just, I mean, so the board knows that the requirement for the loading spaces, the off-street loading spaces are a result of the square footages of the office space, the retail space. If you reconfigure those uses, the requirement goes away sometimes. So there's about 8 different uses that are permitted under the office space bonus, but we are specifically identifying the uses as part of the application. That's what triggers those 2 requirements, one for exceeding 10,000 square feet of retail and one for exceeding 10,000 square feet of, I believe it's 10,000 or 20,000 of the office. So that's what triggers the requirements. It's not the residential.
Understood, Mr. Harrington. My only point was every time you add a loading space off-street, you have to consider that you're taking away at least one parking space on the street to
Absolutely.
provide that curb cut.
You're right.
Okay, anybody else? Anything for Mr. Collins?
I don't know if this is Mr. Collins. This is kind of it's a curious question. For the Homestead walkway to the left, I think it's gonna be, if it's gonna be cobblestone or maybe that's just a graphic you chose. Is the truck size going to have any issue with destroying that street and they have to be fixed eventually, or?
Or are you asking if a truck would have an issue negotiating that, the speed table?
Not necessarily negotiating. I just don't know if it's going to have the effect. It looks like there's some, I don't know if it's just a graphic, but it looks like on that pathway, it's going to be a different kind of paver or pedestrian. I don't know if there's going to be something there to, transverse that area. If it is like a cobblestone or some kind of different pavement, is the truck going to tear that up and it's going to have to be replaced constantly or consistently or something along those lines?
So when the Homestead Place walkways go over the streets to continue,
So there's nothing underneath there or anything like that that it would have to negotiate?
So the speed table ramps up in a short distance.
is it
flat.
macadam though, or is it whatever the Homestead is going to be?
The intent is that the material of the walkway would continue across that.
Okay.
I think that's something that we will address more comprehensively when we come back with the overall walkway plan. I understand your concern, Commissioner, that about the material, and we'll make sure that it's constructed of a durable material.
Okay, sure. And then the follow-up question that is kind of my own curiosity. Mr. Harrington, you mentioned you're going to work with the community in order to get input for the full homestead plan you present. What is the definition of the community, or who specifically are you working with?
Well, yeah, we have been working with them. We've been, the Journal Square group up there. We've been working with them throughout the last few years on the design and their input. They had, I don't know who was involved on their end, on their side, but they had, I think, an internal charrette as to what they would like to see on the walkway. And we presented what we thought, answered those, and then we made some tweaks, and that's how we got to where we are right now.
Thank you very much.
Okay, anybody else for Mr. Collins? Okay, thank you, Mr. Collins. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, my next witness is Paul Freitas, our architect. There you are, Paul.
Hi, Paul, I'll swear you in if you could raise your right hand. You're on mute. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You're muted, Paul.
I do.
Great. And could you just state and spell your name for me, please?
Paul Freitas, Paul-Freitas.
Thank you.
And Mr. Freitas, we've qualified you in the past. Your license is current tonight?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. You're qualified.
All right. Would you mind if I share the screen and I'll walk you through? Well, thank you for meeting with us, commissioners. I'd like to share screen. Okay. Can everyone see this? Oops.
We can, yes.
Okay, great. Here we are. So basically, this is the lots in question where our proposed building is being situated, Homestead Place. I know you guys were asking about a possible view of it all, but here you see the Homestead Place proposed area and then our building itself. The building is 27 stories. Oops, sorry. Approximately 365,000 gross square feet. 335,000 square feet of that is residential. It's also comprised of some commercial retail, commercial professional office, and commercial office itself. 15,000 on the retail, 6,425 on the professional, commercial professional, and 7,915. We have 612 apartments, and they're broken down into studios, studio alcoves, 1 bedrooms, and 3 bedrooms. 144 units for the studios, 252 units for the studio alcove, 204 units on the 1 bedroom, and 12 3-bedroom units, giving us 612. I'll show you the base plans initially, and then if you have any questions relative to like specifics, we can walk you through that. The first floor plan, as you can see, is basically a retail portion with an offense entrance on the Homestead Place extension, residential portion of the building with the residential lobby entering from from Van Ripen. This is that loading dock that was in question just a few moments ago. We have our transformer vaults, a package room, a bicycle room, and then some package area for the residents. This is the main lobby. Second floor is comprised of bike room, retail services, and then a residential section. And these are the relative square footages. Third floor is broken up into office and professional office with a terrace that kind of services those individuals that are utilizing that space. 4 through 27 are basically apartment units, all organized around the mass of the building, to fire stairs and elevators. Rooftop is a rooftop amenity with rooftop exterior space for use with the tenants. The height of the building is 292 feet, 11 inches. And here's the mass of the building. So here's Van Ripen, Homestead Place. This is the residential entry. This is the office entry over here. And our loading dock would basically be at this end of the building. You'll note also the height of the first floor is at 20 feet. I want to correct myself. I mentioned that this was a bike room on the first floor. It's the trash room for removing all the building waste. You'll notice that these gray areas are the containers that service that requirement. And then there's an alley in the back that basically allows the mini containers to be rolled out and serviced outside. Retail services, lobby, retail, residential, transformer vaults, package room. Again, 316 bicycles in one room, mechanical room, electric room, and then retail services on the second floor with a second story height and a lobby, office lobby. Third floor again, offices, professional office, and then an outdoor terrace for office use. Fourth floor, number of studio, 1 bedroom, studio alcoves, and 3 bedrooms apartments. This is 16 to 27, similar, just different layouts on the apartments. And then the roof plan, which is a rooftop amenity, which is approximately 2,538 square feet, which is 20% of the deck, is 13,000 for the roof deck. So we have mechanical areas. We have an outdoor rooftop amenity space for residential use. And then I'm sure you've seen these already, but these are the elevations. Here's the Van Ripen elevation with our transformer vaults, the loading area, the garage door roll up, a residential entry, and a retail entry. This is the Homestead Place elevation with retail entry, office entry, and some additional retail entry. By the first floor up to 20 feet. South elevation. Again, is basically a lot of service and solid wall. And same thing holds true for east elevation with the exception of the service entry and emergency exit and another service entry over here. Oops. Okay. That's all I have. Any questions?
Mr. Freitas, if we could go back to the rooftop plan, please.
Yes, certainly.
Space. So if you could point out exactly where the amenity space is, you have that.
So this is, yes, of course.
Southwest, I assume that's all planting. Is that open to the public as well?
So yeah, this is the interior portion of the enclosed rooftop. And our outdoor area is basically this section here with this being serviced as mechanical units. You'll notice we have green around the entire perimeter of the building for the most part to address the green roof requirements.
Okay, so that area to the southwest.
This is for tenant amenities.
Okay, and what's that gate there?
That's a good question. I'll take that back. I think the outdoor rooftop is only in this area. We still have to provide green roof. So based on the requirements, we're only allowed a certain percentage of outdoor rooftop space. So that basically is area that's green, but it's not included in the residential portion of the building.
Okay, so that gate only provides access for maintenance?
Maintenance and building staff.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? Anything? Any questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Freitas. We appreciate it.
Okay, then I'll move right into Mr. Height to address the requested deviations.
Okay, thank you.
You swear the testimony you're about to give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Yes, Charles Height, last name spelled H-E-Y-D-T.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Sir Height, good evening. Again, we've qualified you in the past. Your license is still current?
Still current, yes.
Okay, thanks. You're qualified.
Okay, Charles, could you take us through the requested deviations and address
Yes.
the principles?
Yes, I'd be happy to. And board members, good evening. Professional planner in the state of New Jersey. We're requesting 3 specific deviation as it relates to the zoning requirements here. You're well aware that this is along the Homestead Place extension. As such, we're qualifying for the Homestead Place bonus. So that provides a little bit of greater massing in terms of building step backs to realize the density along the Homestead Place, which is just north of the General Square Path Station. I'm going to share my screen just to focus your attention on some of the plans. I'll be speaking to the architectural set. I think the board has a pretty good handle as to the function of the proposed loading and the impacts within the street. I just wanted to call out part of the reason from a ground floor footprint that we just covered. First and foremost, we have to have the loading. So this is the first floor plan, A101. We do have to have the loading accessing then Ripen. It's not really intended to be accessing Homestead Place extension. It's not a vehicular right of way. So given that we have some constraint with frontage, we have the 2 transformer vaults, we have to have a separate residential lobby. And then also at the corner, we begin the retail ground floor for the Homestead Place, which is a requirement. So this does put some constraint on where we locate it, and also the size of it. So as it relates to the deviations for the loading space, there are 4 that really are being requested here. The front in, front out. We heard the board with respect to the concerns about pedestrian safety and vehicular safety in the street. So I do agree. Mitigating the reverse movement with building management as a flag person. Obviously, this loading is, as mentioned, for move-ins primarily. Scheduling is going to be incorporated into the function of this loading space. And then also with the pedestrian signals, that'll help reduce any impacts as this loading space is used. There's the second deviation with respect to setback for a garage. 4 feet required. What's being proposed is 0 feet. So the beginning of the loading space and entry is flush with the rest of the building. The turning template that Mr. Collins walked through does show an adequate turning movement. Obviously, we're utilizing the loading space adjacent on Van Ripen to accomplish that turning movement, which is in my opinion, appropriate because that'll just be coordinated. If that space is occupied, obviously the loading vehicle that's off street in the loading area will have to wait, which is okay. And then any other vehicle needing to utilize this loading space will have to circle to allow for the free flow of traffic. And that wouldn't be a substantial impact in my opinion, because it would be only 1 additional truck needing to travel while the loading space is freed up. But as far as setback goes, there's adequate turning movement, and we are proposing roll-up gates as well as the light signals for pedestrians to add for security along the streetscape. The other 2 aspects here are number of required loading spaces and the size of required loading space. So we're 1 foot shy of the length. That those details are provided on the civil engineering drawings on the zoning table. This is a cover sheet of the civil engineering plans. So we're 1 foot shy in length. We're 40 feet required, 39 for proposed. We have adequate width, 14 feet. The drive apron is essentially what's needed to accomplish the turning movement. We have 16.6 feet on our property, but obviously the turning template shows that we can accomplish the full turning movement within the right of way that's typically acceptable with city engineering traffic engineers. As far as the number of loading goes, I think it's the intent here is to really utilize the space for residential move and move outs, as well as any large deliveries for the office or retail. But for the most part, the off-street loading space will also be used for daily deliveries from UPS or FedEx or Amazon, and any of the box trucks that they use or vans can easily utilize that space. So we feel that the number of spaces providing that 1 is adequate for this location, given that the on-street loading space is approved as well. As it relates to the building massing, so those are 4 deviations as it relates to the loading. As it relates to the building massing, we have 2 deviations. I'll flip on the share screen again. And again, I'm referencing the architectural drawing set. Just to call out on the ground floor, as Mr. Harrington mentioned, because Homestead Place is a right of way, it is the narrow width. That is technically the front yard. We do have 2 frontages, but the technical rear yard is on the east side of the property. You can see here that the existing dwelling here, it shares a side yard. So for all intents and purposes, this is treated as a side yard. We are proposing a 5-foot setback, which is greater than what's required. A 0 foot lot line is required. So we're proposing an initial 5-foot setback at the grade level to provide for the access that we're proposing from these entrances, as well as some additional space to this adjacent dwelling. So because it's a technical rear yard, the space within 30 feet is required to only be 20 feet, 12, I correct myself, 12 feet floor to ceiling height, where clearly we have a loading zone. A 12-foot floor to ceiling height would not be able to function as a loading space. A minimum height would be 14 feet. Also, all this ground floor is set at a 20-foot floor to ceiling elevation. So to keep a consistent floor slab for this level, as well as the second floor above that, is what the relief is needed, where 20 feet is required, 12 feet is required, and 20 feet is proposed. So that's the one at the ground level, one deviation. The second deviation occurs at the 6th floor. So again, I just want you to keep in mind this 5-foot setback at the ground floor right off the bat. As we go up the floor plans, the 2nd and 3rd floor take the full footprint of the ground floor, which they're allowed to with respect to the office space bonus provision. When we get to the 4th floor, this is the residential floor. Here we have an initial setback of an additional 5 feet on the interior of the property. We still maintain that 5-foot setback towards the front, just to call that out. So when you get to the 6th floor, the requirement is to have a 10-foot setback. But it's helpful to understand when you get to the 6th floor, this is the condition as well. So the requirement is a 10-foot step back, where we're proposing only 5 feet in this portion and 0 feet in this portion. And again, we have the additional 5-foot setback on the ground floor. And at the 4th story for the interior portion of the property, we're providing that full 10 feet at the 4th story and above, where the requirement only requires it to be set back at the 6th story. So I can explain if that's not clear to anyone, but essentially, in my opinion, we're meeting the intent of the zoning and the step back requirements and providing the appropriate light and air and separation along this property line. Those are the variances that are being sought. I believe they all fall under the C2 standard, where we're trying to balance the ground floor plan, all the requirements of the ground floor. We also are, these are typical variances that are requested with the Homestead Place bonus, given that we're providing additional space for the bonus right-of-way, for the Homestead Place bonus right-of-way extension. I think we're furthering purposes of the redevelopment plan to realize this pedestrian corridor, the retail frontage, the retail spaces along the Homestead Place extension, as well as general land use planning purposes to promote appropriate densities in appropriate locations. Clearly, 2 blocks north of the PAS station is appropriate location for this type of high density development. And also purpose I, promote a desirable visual environment. Clearly, we're trying to improve the streetscape and the pedestrian connection with ground floor active uses along the extension, and a cohesive building design. So for those reasons, I think we meet the positive criteria. As it relates to the negative criteria, I don't believe there's any substantial impairment to the zone plan or zoning ordinance. These are all relatively minor, in my opinion, and all for good reason. I think we've mitigated them to the minimal extent possible in the relief we need. With respect to the impact to the general welfare, I don't think anything is substantial. In my opinion, I think the pedestrian and vehicular safety is probably the greatest concern. And what we were suggesting and what we're agreeing to at the board's concerns and recommendations with the flagging, the signaling, and the scheduling are all ways to mitigate that impact. And I think that's my direct testimony. If there's any questions or if I have to clarify anything, I'd be happy to.
Charles, before you stop, if I could just try to clarify something, because we
Go ahead.
talked about the 6th floor setback, and maybe Paul could jump in here. That 5-foot setback that we're requesting relief, I believe the plans show it's on the 4th floor up, not the 6th floor up. Paul?
I can confirm that as well. It is. So we're doing 2 floors greater than what's required. I think that's important to note, where the requirement's only to provide that space at the 6th story. We're starting that setback at the 4th story.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Height. All right, anybody, any questions for Mr. Height?
I have a question for Mr. Hack.
Go ahead, Eddie.
Just going, it's going back to the loading dock deviation with the park. Just something that you said, which I hope doesn't happen. You said if they schedule the box truck to come down and there is a car at a certain parking spot, I guess the box truck is gonna have to wait till somebody moves that car to go in.
No, yeah.
Okay, because otherwise, what if
I
the
wanna
guy's
be
gone
clear
for a
here.
week?
So these are box trucks that are scheduled to occupy the off-street loading space, not the on-street. So we're only scheduling for the off-street. And if for some reason a schedule takes longer for one truck to leave, that box truck cannot wait. It either has to use the on-street loading if it can, or it has to move through and recircle. And that will obviously be coordinated with building management. That's the reason why it works together with the scheduling and the building management for the.
Yeah, because once you have a legal parking space, somebody parks it, doesn't mean we know when they're gonna move it again.
Yeah, we're not intending to use any on-street parking spaces for loading.
Okay, thank you.
And I just want to clarify
That
one
is
thing
all.
as well. Sorry, Mr. Torres, are you done?
Yes.
You mentioned that you didn't foresee a truck circling neighborhood having a huge traffic impact. I think if all, they should try to schedule it so it does not, happen that way, especially during certain times, because traffic on the boulevard or Summit Avenue can be certainly very arduous. So I think it would have a significant impact having a box truck circling neighborhood and trying to make those turns, get on the boulevard and off the boulevard, et cetera. So I would just, at all possible, encourage that to be rectified with management so it does not happen.
Commissioner Horton, I agree. It's the same reason why we have a delayed movement from red light to green light. It clears the intersection and essentially creating some intended gaps in the loading in terms of time can accomplish that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? Any questions for Mr. Height? Okay, thank you, Mr. Height. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Council, anything else before I open up public?
No, that completes our presentation.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, let's open it up for public comment. If anybody's here from the public and they'd like to comment, please raise your hand. I see Mr. Paolino with his hand raised. And once again, if you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hand.
Beer? I'm not ready. It's hot. I'm not ready.
Hello?
Council, good evening.
Good evening. I wasn't sure that I was on. My name is Eugene Paolino. I am an attorney at Genova Burns, and I'm representing 1129 Cottage Street. Let me be clear that I don't, and my client does not oppose this project, whatever. We'd only like a clarification. Actually, it's more than a clarification. It's an obligation that has been imposed upon a number of, I assume, a number of projects along the Homestead Place extension. Right now, as you know, there probably have been 6 or 7 projects along the Homestead Place extension, including my client's project, which was approved, I think, at the last council meeting, or two council meetings ago, two planning board meetings before. In discussing the matter with the Division of Planning, when my client's matter was coming forward, I encouraged, and the planning member that was Tim Creel, who was assigned to that matter, agreed that we should include a condition requiring cooperation among all the members of the Homestead Place extension developers. The language that was used in the resolution, your resolution approving that project, I would ask be included in this and any other subsequent projects, the Homestead Place extension, because they all interrelate. Let me read you that language. I've given it to Liz before. Liz, this may be a little bit different because I wanted to make it exactly like the resolution language in the Cottage 29 matter. The language is, upon approval of this application, the applicant and other developers along and adjacent to the HPE will cooperate and work with one another on the design, staging, and construction of the Homestead Place pedestrian walkway and the construction of the respective projects. It says no more than I think would ordinarily be provided by everyone, but it's embodied in a resolution, and I think it's appropriate that it be included in this resolution should the board decide to approve it. Again, it's included in the Cottage 29 resolution. There are a number of projects going on. It's more than essential that everyone cooperate with one another and coordinate with one another during the course of that project. If you go down there now, you'll see that there's a lot of work going on. And I think that that it requires some official documentation to require that cooperation and coordination. That's my only comment, and that's all I ask for.
Okay, thanks, Council. Mr. Harrington, any problem with that?
Yeah, I do, and it has nothing to do with Mr. Paolino or his client. As the board understand, and my client, he's got, pretty much 5 of the 6 projects along the Homestead. So the other developers or himself in his entity. So, and he's always cooperating, with neighbors, and that's implied that he will. And he already is. I mean, they are. I know that they've met in the last few weeks, and they've already discussed how they're going to cooperate moving forward. So that is, and he understands it, that it's a bigger picture here, and we all have to work together to make this wonderful project come into being. But that condition was a self-imposed condition that Mr. Paolino introduced to the board for the 2129 cottage, which I understand, and that's great. But my client will continue to cooperate. But here's a real problem with it is if you have that condition, which I think it's beyond what the board can impose. But if you have that condition, it's an amorphous kind of vague condition. How do you prove that you've complied with that? If I'm going to a lender and they say, did you comply with that condition of approval? Well, if Mr. Paolino's client says, well, he's not, and I say I am, well, that stops everything. And how are you going to prove things? So I just can't agree to that condition for those reasons. Not that I object to working with people and cooperating with the developers, and I say my client, because they're already doing that, and they're working with all the agencies. We've got the JCRA involved, the city council was involved in this, the planning department. So we're all looking at the greater good here, but it's just something that I can't agree to put on my resolution.
Well, let me respond, if I may. Of
course.
It was not a completely self-imposed language in the resolution approving Cottage 29. That was in fact suggested by Tim Creel, who is the planner that was involved. So it was the planning division that promoted it. I agreed to it. I had discussed it with him earlier. So That's the first thing. The second thing is it's strange for someone to say that they'll agree to cooperate but refuse to put the language in any official document. It's not an impediment to lenders. It's not an impediment to doing anything other than what the language says, to cooperate and coordinate. That's all it is. So I don't think it is beyond the jurisdiction of the board. And I think it's completely appropriate, just like the board says, you will discuss with planning other elements of your project. Discuss it with planning, resolve it with planning. That's amorphous as well. So I think that I understand Mr. Harrington's unwillingness to do anything that might obstruct his client's lender abilities, but I suggest to you that this is completely appropriate. All that it does is it promotes a sense that there's a lot of projects, a lot going on. There's a need to coordinate. There's a need to cooperate, and you're emphasizing it by virtue of this resolution. That's all you're doing.
Again, just if I could, real quick, I don't want to, beat this to a dead horse to death, but I think then the board would be kind of
You beat a
advocating.
dead horse to death, Mr. Harrington.
That's right. I can't. You're right. So I think the board would be abdicating its authority to a third party to say what is cooperation, what is good faith. We have the JCRA. Both our clients are under redevelopment agreements with the JCRA. We have site plan and resolutions. We have obligations in here that really cover this. And I'm incredibly hesitant, and I generally don't have problems with the conditions of approval, but I just think it's so vague, and throwing something on there is something like this is, I wouldn't recommend it. I wouldn't recommend it for my own client.
Which is why you oppose it.
Exactly.
Let me respond with one more fact as opposed to.
Come on, Mr. Polino.
One more fact. There is no
This horse is dead.
Because I beat it to death.
Let me give you this one more fact, so the horse is surely dead. There is no provision that I'm aware of in any of the redevelopment agreements that requires coordination and cooperation. Nothing. If Mr. Harrington could point that out to me, perhaps I'd be more comfortable, but I don't think there is.
Well, you should have put it in there, Mr. Polino.
I wasn't negotiating it. It was the redevelopment agency who was negotiating it. I would have. Thank
If you represented the redevelopment agency.
That's right.
So let's do this. Liz, I hate to drag you into this, but can we, can you just get us up to speed on the coordination of the actual Homestead Place pedestrian walkway? How is it coordinated? Is it planning coordinating it? Is it the redevelopment agency? I hate to throw you to the wolves here, but
yeah. And also I think Tanya's on, maybe Tim's on, I'm not sure. But to my knowledge, the coordination should be done through the redevelopment agency. Obviously planning would be involved, planning and engineering would be involved. But that's to the extent that I know.
If I could add to that, just for the benefit of the board. So we, as I mentioned earlier, we've been working through the development of the Homestead Place extension and walkway with the community over the last few years. And that, we met with them they had their charrette, and then they're pretty much on board with what's being proposed. And then Gene's client got approved, which is a great addition now to the pedestrian walkway there, because it adds additional width to it along Cottage Street. And then Mr. Creel did speak to me. He said, planning said, let's coordinate and present this pedestrian walkway in its entirety to the board. That's what I was referring to earlier. So, and that just happened within the last maybe week and a half. So we're working on our side to coordinate some civil plans that show that, and then we have to coordinate that with Mr. Polino and his client. So that's already in in the process, and then we would come back to the board. So, I mean, that is something, just shows that, we're already going to start, we're already cooperating with the walkway, the design, the cost, and things like that. So that's where we are on the walkway.
Okay, thank you. Santa, what do you think?
I think that Mr. Polino and Mr. Harrington's clients are not playing nice in the sandbox, and that is very upsetting to me. I think that it's absolutely within the purview of the board to impose such a condition. I don't think it's an unreasonable condition. There are RDAs in place, though, and the RDAs are supposed to control the redevelopers. This is just a site plan application. So ultimately, it is the board's decision. If the board feels they need to impose such a condition, I think it's well within the board's purview to impose such a condition. I think the RDAs have to control the development of the projects going forward. That's what the RDAs are supposed to do. And if there is not coordination amongst the parties, the problem is the projects aren't going to get developed and litigation is going to ensue. And what does that mean to this board? That means we just wasted 2 hours of our time, and what should be happening along the Homestead Place, which everybody wants to see happen on this board, given the amount of work that the board's put into it, as well as the countless hours that planning has put into it, is not going to come to fruition. And I want to see it in my lifetime. So I'm in favor of doing everything and anything to make sure that it actually happens.
Yeah, well, could I just address quickly? I don't want any, and I'm not pushing it up against this because my client's not cooperating. I don't want the board to think there's an implication here that they're not playing nice in the sandbox. We haven't had any issues with 2129 Cottage. I don't think, Gene reached out to me a few weeks ago about a possible, site condition issues. But since then, my client, he told me the other day he met with the owners of 2129 and kind of they talked it out, face to face, and they both realize, as Mr. Lampe just mentioned, the worst case thing for anybody involved here is to have some kind of dispute and end up in litigation. No one wins. Where they all want the same end game here, and the goal is to get this done. So that's implied. I just think such a condition. I mean, these are big projects, and when we're going through these loans, these lenders are meticulous as to what does this mean and how is this satisfied.
I don't. So here's my concern, Mr. Harrington. Going forward, I mean, how many plots do we still have, or does your client own that still haven't been presented to us?
We've 32, 34, I think I think that's the address. I'm not sure. So one more that's not approved with a site plan.
Okay, and how many other plots are on this Homestead Place plan that, are still outstanding from other entities?
You have, the city has parcels along Newark Avenue, 701 Newark Avenue. There is a parcel to the west of the 2432 Van Ripen site that I don't know, whether that'll ever be developed or not. That's a new 2-family home. And then that's it.
So my concern is, someone else coming in. Obviously everybody wants to see this get done. Your client, everybody's client wants to see this get done. How do we ensure that, the future property owners, and it's not to say that your client doesn't sell that last property off before site plan approval. So how do we ensure that in the future?
Well, they're all going to have to be designated redevelopers. So The JCRA does have its hand in this to a large degree. Mr. Harrington, is what Mr. Polino is saying about the RDA agreement accurate?
That there, I mean, yeah, I don't specifically, there's no language that says we have to cooperate with another developer or property owner, but I mean, I'd submit that that's implied and required that you have to.
I don't disagree, but does it lay out the responsibility? It sounds to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, and I prefer that everybody be honest with me, up to and including, I don't know, because my client hasn't told me everything, because they're my client and they pick and choose what to tell me like my clients do. Is the issue with respect to the actual improvement of the Homestead Place walkway? What cooperation needs to happen, Mr. Polino, as far as, we talk about putting up booms,
Let me,
cranes?
yes, exactly, Mr. Olampi. Let me explain to you. To the west of my client's property, there is a project which is presently a synagogue. Between us is the Homestead Place extension. When that's to be done, how that's to be done, the timing of it is all essential for me to know, or for my client to know, in terms of his construction. To the south of my, immediately to the south, so immediately to the west, there's a project. Immediately to the south, there's another project that's going on right now. There was an incident that occurred there that's been resolved, but it was a construction incident. So that's the kind of thing that, who's going to put.
But to Mr. Harrington's point, Mr. Polino, who polices it and who does deal with it?
Yeah,
Where
well,
is
that's
your
gonna be-
client in relation to this project? And how would that situation, so Mr. Harrington's client is blocking the street because he's using the boom and he's there and your guy's trying to get in, and what? We're in front of the judge on an order to show cause, trying to figure out who gets to move their stuff first based on a construction schedule? I mean,
Well, hopefully not, Mr. Olampi. Hopefully, this provision will impel all of us, including my client, to sit down and talk to the neighboring developers that are doing things, work things out, work out the timing, and get it done. This is just, I'm shocked that this is as innocuous as a sentence could get. I mean, all it does is it requires that the parties that are working near one another coordinate and cooperate with one
but
another.
I agree with Mr. Harrington that is implied, right? It's implied that you have to work in coordination with the people around you. But again, okay, you have this provision in there, and it says that we have to cooperate.
Right.
What does that mean?
As I have in mind.
What does that mean? I call you and I say, guess what? The truck's coming tomorrow with 10 tons of steel. And you go, no, that doesn't work for me because I got something coming.
And what
And
happens?
then what? And
the
then
parties
what?
The parties coordinate and cooperate. That's what they do. They do exactly what this provision requires, that they coordinate and cooperate. And that's all I'm asking for. I'm not asking for any affirmative action except for those two things. I've asked that of the redevelopment agency. They're not in the present redevelopment agreements as far as I can see. And I'm not trying to beat a dead horse here. I'm trying to elicit coordination and cooperation. And if that's difficult to do in a resolution.
But the fact that you want something affirmative in a resolution is what brings the question to bear. So, Mr. Chairman, honestly, we've heard it all. How does the board feel? Do they want to impose it on the applicant if they were to vote favorably upon this? Or do they not want to oppose it? I think everybody understands what it is and why Mr. Polino would like it, why Mr. Harrington is resistant to it. I believe the board can do it. It is not an unreasonable condition, but that does not mean that the board has to. It's the board's call either way, and either way, the board is appropriate in acting.
I have to say, I think, and this is just my opinion. I have two opinions on this. I'll give the first one, the one that's closer to home for me. I think if all these projects were built union, I think we could just knock this out over a sandwich at break time or something. That could solve the whole thing. But I think the language Mr. Paulino was looking for it's so vague that it doesn't have any teeth to it. So let's say that that problem comes up where there is a steel delivery at adjacent sites. What is this condition solve? How exactly does that condition solve that problem is what I'm getting at.
And you're absolutely right. It's the punt, right? And then somebody can point to it in the litigation to say, this is here and we have to cooperate. And what does that mean?
So I'm inclined not to include that condition.
I feel the same. This Commissioner Torres, I feel the same way. I don't see how we are going to start something if two projects are working together. Now we have two clients that say they work well together. What happens when you don't have clients that work? Then you're going to put the on the local department to dispute something in the middle of a street or something. It needs to be coordinated by the supers and the people that are in charge of developing the property. They need to coordinate, and their best interest is to get their done until the other one's done. I don't see how this so vague will solve anything, but just cause more headache. My experience is that I have a shipment coming in. If they have a shipment coming in and there's a crane in my way, we have to reschedule. And also has to get done. And if something's going to be there for a couple of months, I think everybody's going to know that for quite a while before they start shipping stuff into a building that's adjacent to another one. I see this tying up the legal aspects for the police department that might have to get in the middle of a dispute like this. And unless the planning board wants to put something officially in the redevelopment plan, then it's hard for us just to make this one for the site only. It's very confusing to me as a construction worker. How would that be? That wouldn't be helpful to me. That's what I got to say. I don't see it.
Chair, I felt the same way too. It would be, I'm not inclined to add that language, that vague language to it as well.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
May I point out one thing, Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
Thank you. I appreciate your allowing me to do that. If that's true, then that language contained in the resolution of Cottage 29 is meaningless.
I agree.
Okay.
I agree. And if Mr. Harrington had come to that meeting and brought up the same scenario, I think I would have agreed then too. I don't know if, that's something we'd be willing to revisit in a resolution, go back and take that language out. I'd have no
We would
problem.
need an application to do something like that. We're not going to do it sua sponte.
I don't know what that word means, but.
Me either.
On your own volition.
It's Latin.
Okay. All right. Let's move on with our lives. Mr. Paulino, duly noted, and I hear you and I agree with you. Being that the language shouldn't have been there in your resolution to begin with. But yeah, let's move on, please, if we can. If there's nothing else.
Well, Chairman, Mr. Paulino did agree to it.
Of course I agreed to it. it says what it should say. And within the authority of the.
I knew that would be your position.
Of course.
Of course.
Okay, Mr. Paulino, enjoy your Thanksgiving. Thanks for chiming in. We appreciate it. All right, anything else for Mr. Harrington?
For the record, I know it's sua sponte, Mr. Chairman.
What's that?
I do know it's sua sponte.
Okay. So, Mr. Harrington, if there's nothing else, we'll open it up for public comment. I'm sorry, we're in public comment.
Yeah, that's correct.
I forgot. So if anybody else is here from the public that wants to comment, please raise your hand. And once again, if you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hand if you want to comment on this application. Anybody else?
Chair, seeing no more public comment, I would move to close the public comment at this time.
Second it.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Liz, do you want to wrap us up here?
I will just share my screen so you all can see the staff report. Okay, so yeah, the professionals walked us through all the different variances. I think Mr. Height's description of the variances is very good. I'll just quickly point out, just acknowledging, staff acknowledges the dimensions and frontage limitations of the property do not lend themselves to meeting the loading area requirements. And then some language about the intent of Homestead Place, intended to be an active retail line, non-vehicular pedestrian thoroughfare, meaning that all the transformers, vaults, gas, electric get pushed onto Van Ripen. So we're just really limited on the Van Ripen frontage. And then some additional notes here, just explaining, reiterating really what Mr. Height was saying about all the different loading conditions. And then, yeah, I think the variance for the first floor height, that portion within 30 feet of the rear yard lot line, does not result in any substantial detriment. And then the partial side yard step back variance, similarly, I just wanted to point out that that portion of the facade is on the north side of the site, away from the rear yard and south facing windows of the adjacent property. So very minimal impacts, and the intent of the requirement is being met. So for staff recommended conditions, we have the typical conditions. I'll just bring your attention to item 4, which is a near typical condition, but just calls out the applicant shall revise plans to address all comments included in the engineering memo, with the exception of a franchise agreement for the canopy on Van Ripen. That memo was dated October 1st, 2021. And then all engineering comments shall be addressed on signature sets. And then during our discussion, and I don't know if I have the wording proper here, but correct me, Chairman, if I'm misstating, but there were some conditions discussed during the engineering testimony. The condition of approval regarding the loading zone across the street on Van Ripen would need approval from council to ensure that the loading into this project could function properly. And then, and then also for building management to oversee the loading zones, and just coordinate and schedule the loading process in and out of those buildings.
Yes, and also to make sure that there was some kind of pedestrian warning signal outside.
Great, yeah.
Yes.
And council, you okay with those?
Yes, they'd all be acceptable.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P20-165 as presented to the board this evening, and to include the recommendation of the board and staff recommendation at the same time.
Second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval. Could we have a roll call, Liz, please?
Yep. Commissioner Torres,
Hear me?
We got
okay, Commissioner Horton,
Aye.
Commissioner Gangadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
Commissioner Allen,
Aye.
and Chairman Langston.
Yeah, I think the case has been made for the variances. I think they're, de minimis, even considering the size of the project. So I'm gonna vote aye.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna go attend to my dead horse.
Go get it. All right, thank you, everybody. All right, let's take a 10-minute break. It's 7:45. We'll be back at 7:55. Okay, could we come to order again, everybody? All right, let's move on to item 14. I'll call case P21-061. It's a final major site plan for 659 Grove Street.
Promoting Maria.
Good evening, Commissioners.
Good evening.
Good evening. Maria Vallejo from Chase and Lamparello, Mellon and Capuzzo on behalf of the applicant. Council, this is a notice application. If you can kindly confirm receipt of my affidavit and mark it into evidence, please.
Thank you, Council. Chairman, I am in receipt of the affidavit of publication, proof of mailing with respect to the application at 659 Grove Street here in the city. It is case P 21-061. All does appear to be in order. We can mark it as A1 for the record.
All right, thank you, counsel.
Thank you. Cameron, I see that we already have Charles Height still on here. If you don't mind promoting Matthew Newells, John Gehring, and Michael Tegnell.
All right, I got John and Matthew. What was the last name?
Sure. Matthew Newells and Michael Tegnell.
All right, they're all there.
All right, Michael's on there as well? Okay, there I see him. Thank you. Commissioners, thank you for having us today. This project entails a property that's located at 659 Grove Street. That's block 6002, lot 8. It's in the high-rise district of the Jersey Avenue redevelopment zone. It currently sits as a vacant lot, and the applicant is seeking final major site plan approval to build a 10-story mixed-use property that it has 139 residential units, 102 off-street parking spaces, and approximately 11,050 square feet of retail. Recognizing that some of the commissioners may have not been on the board about 4 years ago, just a little bit of background. In 2017, this project came before your board and was already approved for preliminary site plan approval. In 2020, an extension was granted as it was requested. And essentially, we're here today to get across the finish line and asking for final major site plan approval. So you know this is a fully compliant project with the exception of one item that we're looking for some help from you, and that's related to the Jersey City forestry standards. And that's because the forestry standards came into play in 2018 and required a larger number of street trees. And my client is more than willing and able to put that number of street trees on the property as requested. The only problem is, and it's a small problem, the distances between the street trees and the street lights and the street intersection need to be a little bit less than the requirements under the Jersey City forestry standards. So again, willing to give the number of trees, just need to have a slightly smaller distance between them. And that's because there are some, because where the utility connections are located, where the fire hydrants and street lights are located, and you're going to hear testimony from our experts on that. And so essentially, we are a fully compliant plan, and I'd like to have 4 experts testify today, and that includes our civil engineer, Matthew Newells, our architect, John Gehring, our landscape architect, Michael Tegnell, and our professional planner, Charles Height. So unless there's any questions, I'd like to call Matthew Newells.
Please, counsel. Thank you.
I'm Matt, I'll swear you in.
Yes.
Do you swear the testimony you're going to give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Sure, it's Matthew. My last name is Newells, Neuls.
Thank you.
Mr. Knowles, good evening. We've qualified you in the past. Your license is current tonight?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thanks. You're qualified.
Thank you.
Matt, you prepared the site plan for this project, correct?
That's correct.
And you're familiar with the site plan for their preliminary? Site
Yes,
approval, correct?
yes, that's correct.
Can you orient the commissioners to the site and give them an overview of the project and differences?
Sure, I'm going to share my screen, and the first slide will be a copy of the site plans cover sheet. Got a chance to show up?
Yes, we got it.
Okay, great. Okay, so what I'm showing on the screen now is the site plans cover sheet that was submitted with the drawing set. And what I'm going to do is zoom into this aerial image in the corner here to just remind the board of the location of the site plan. It's been several years since we were here for the preliminary site plan approval, but the site is located along the north side of 18th Street, just west of Grove Street, right there at the intersection where Grove Street goes under the railroad tracks, and with the Exxon station a little bit to the west of the site, the Lackawanna warehouse across 18th Street to the south. And then that gives you a great general idea of where the site is located. As was mentioned, the site is located within the Jersey Avenue Light Rail redevelopment plan within the high-rise district. I'm just going to zoom back out here. Move on to the next sheet. This is the site plan sheet C300. And for the most part, there have been very minimal changes since the preliminary site plan approval. Was mentioned before about the number of street trees, and there'll be some additional testimony with the landscape architect. But I'll walk around the site really briefly, just to orient the board to the site. The shaded area represents the overall building outline. And this inner area represents the more high-rise portion of the building, again, described by the architect. But we do have sidewalks complying with the requirements along the Grove Street frontage, following along around the 18th Street frontage of the site. A small plaza area here. Street tree areas are shown in these as rectangles. Main entry to the residential area is here closest to the corner of Grove and 18th Street. One of the changes with regard to the area was the plaza to the west of the building, the left of the building within the site there. That's been reoriented and reconfigured a little bit with respect to more flexibility with that area in conjunction with city planning's ideas. And again, there'll be additional testimony on that, but really there's been very little in the way of substantive changes to the site plan. Moving on, this is just a grading and drainage and utility plan, and again showing how the site is served with the various utilities, water connections anticipated off of a Grove Street, a new hydrant being relocated along 18th Street, drainage connections, and the sanitary sewer connection proposed for the building. Move down to the next page. Street lighting again remains unchanged from the previous application. We're showing the Jersey City standard decorative street post top lamps along 18th Street with some, as well as on the Grove Street with some of the existing street lights shown in that location as well. And that really concludes my quick walk around the site in terms of the site plan itself.
Thank you, Matt. You received the engineering comment letter from City Engineering on October 14, 2021, correct?
That's right.
Okay. And you had an opportunity to review it?
I did.
Okay. Can you address the comments and requests by the city?
Sure. I can certainly address those. I can pull the letter up if that's helpful.
That'd be great.
Oops. Yes, this is the letter, October 14th. So I'll just zoom out a little bit. So some of the comments on here, I'm sure we would work with the city to resolve those comments. The first comment has to do with curb ramps along the northwest corner of 18th and Grove Street intersection, and that's closest to the site. We would comply with that comment in terms of the crosswalks and reorienting certain things to avoid other conflicts with drainage and such. We could comply with that. Provide additional dimensions for sidewalk width of tree plantings along 18th and Grove. Certainly could comply with that one. Comment 3 is a comment that we have a little bit of concern with. Well, the engineering division has suggested that we narrow the planting area along the building to provide additional sidewalk width for pedestrians. The problem with complying with that is that would push the project to a higher level of impervious coverage than what's permitted in the redevelopment plan. And so in order to comply with that, we would need to deviate from the impervious surface requirements. So that one we really can't comply with that suggestion. But the remaining comments in the letter, I can go through each one if you want. We could certainly work with the engineering department to comply with those up through the engineering comments, which go through item 14. Item 15 will be addressed by the architecture team.
Can you, and my understanding is you've also received a comment letter from the Jersey City Municipal Authorities, correct?
I do. Yep, I have that one here as well.
And if you can just advise us how we're planning to respond to those comments then.
Sure. So this letter is dated October 18th, 2021. And for the most part, many of the comments on here are standard comments that we do see in other review letters, meaning they're looking for certain data about the building when it reaches a final design stage, and certainly all of those the team would comply with and would need to comply with in order to receive approvals from both. I could go through each one, but the reality is we would work with Jersey City MUA to comply with each of these comments. Don't have anything that we couldn't comply with, work with the authority.
Okay. Is there anything further, Matt?
No, nothing further.
Mr. Chairman, are there any questions from the commissioners?
Thank you. Yeah, I don't think we need to go point by point through those engineering or MUA letters as long as you want to comply. I would have to go to Mallory. Mallory, I don't know if you want to discuss it now as far as that one engineering comment that they can't comply with.
Yeah, I would say our preference would be to also that they don't comply, being that we are in a flood zone in this area. It's a highly flood prone neighborhood. I would not advise us to encourage or essentially mandate a variance for impervious coverage in this neighborhood. The sidewalk widths do meet the minimum 5 foot that is required by the LDO. So with that, we see no detriment to the condition as proposed.
Okay, yeah, I agree. I just wanted to check in with you. Yeah, I have no other questions for Mr. Knowles. Anybody else?
No.
All right, thank you, Mr. Knowles.
Thank you.
If there's no questions from the commissioners or the public, then we can move to, if I can call John Gehring,
Sure.
who's our architect.
We'll ask for a public comment at the end of all your testimony.
Great, thank
I'll
you.
swear you in, John.
Yes.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
John Gearing, G-E-R-I-N-G.
Thank you.
Mr. Gearing, good evening. We've qualified you also in the past. Your license is current tonight?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thanks. You're qualified.
John, again, you were retained as the architect on this project and prepared the architectural set, correct?
That's correct.
Can you just walk us through the architectural plan?
Sure. Perhaps put the rendering up when I do that. Since we last met for preliminary approval, there essentially have been no changes to the building design. However, there were some city comments that we want to clarify, as well as some site adjustments. So as a quick refresher, the building is a total of 10 stories in height. The height is 113 feet. The size is 253,410 square feet. And the building is predominantly residential. However, the building is divided into 2 components vertically. There's a base where we have retail, a lobby, parking spaces, as well as building support spaces and a loading dock. Above the base, there are floors 2 and 3, which are parking and residential. And then floor 4, which is amenity space and residential. Floors 5 through 10, all the way up to the top of the building, is all residential units. So there's a total of 139 units. So since the last application, we understand that there is a question in our notice regarding trash removal. So if you can go to the next slide. So Left Rack retains a third-party service provider to remove all trash. So all trash will be removed from within the building and no trash will be taken to the curb. So, this is a site plan illustrating how a vehicle will enter into the property. It would enter off of 18th Street and then would follow that yellow route and then make a right to a loading area. This loading area is around 46 feet by about 22 feet, plus or minus. Once there, the containers will be brought to the trash truck and then loaded onto the truck. To the right, highlighted in blue, is a trash container room. There are 5 3-yard containers in that room, suitable to hold the trash for the overall building. So ultimately, there is no trash being removed off-site. It's all held within the overall building. So hopefully this satisfies the board's and city's question.
Thank you, John. Anything else?
What we'd like to talk about now is the site. So perhaps we swear in Michael Tagnell.
If that's okay, Mr. Chairman, if we can bring in our landscape architect, and any questions by the commissioners can then flow to both of them.
Actually, while this screen is up, I just have one quick question on trash. Is there a trash chute, Mr. Gehring, or how does that trash get down to the first floor?
Yes, there is a trash chute. If you look at the blue line to the right, there's a little red box right there next to the 3-yard container. That's a chute that goes throughout the entire building.
Okay, and is that is there a separate recycling chute, or is it one?
It's one chute.
Okay,
And
understood.
then it gets separated once it's down here.
Okay. All right, go ahead, council. Let's bring in Mr. Tagnell.
So if I can call Michael Tagnell.
Hi, Michael. Let me just swear you in, okay? If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Michael Tagnell, T like in Tom, E-G-N-E-L-L.
Thank you.
And Mr. Tagnell, we've qualified you in the past. Your license is current tonight?
I'm working directly under John Gehring, so his license is covering my work.
Okay, understood. So we're not qualifying you as an expert then tonight. Correct, counsel? This is Mr. Tagnell is only a fact witness?
He is testifying, yes, as to the facts about the architectural design.
Okay, gotcha.
Mr. Tagnell, well, let me ask you this, Mr. Tagnell. You've been qualified before as an expert before this board?
Yes.
And so, Mr. Chairman, we would ask that he would also be qualified so he can testify as to landscape architecture.
Okay, so once again, Mr. Tagnell, your license is current tonight?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You're qualified then.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Tagnell, you prepared the landscape architectural plans, correct?
I did.
Can you walk us through the landscaping and in particular address the issues about the Jersey City forestry standards?
Yes. So what we've done with the landscape plan, or the goal of our landscape plan, was always to enhance the pedestrian experience along 18th Street as best we could. And since the last time that we presented to the board, the forestry standards have changed somewhat, requiring at least a 25-foot minimum spacing between the trees, which would increase the number of trees that we had proposed previously. So we've now changed the number of trees along 18th Street and also along Grove Street to accommodate that. So we have 23 trees along the street on the two sides from Grove Street and along 18th Street. The spacing of the trees, again, is all per the forestry standards. We do have a waiver to accommodate the intersection, setbacks from the intersection, and also from some light poles, so that we can accommodate as many trees as possible along there. Again, the goal was to soften the street, make it a good pedestrian experience. We have also included some ornamental plantings along the base of the building, so that will soften the edge. And then the other feature, you can see along there, it's an alternating pattern of planting. And then we do have a pedestrian plaza that you can point to, that the only thing that has really changed there is the orientation of the circulation. Previously, it was sort of an east-west orientation. Now it's more of a north-south orientation. The number of trees remain the same. The type of material is all the same. The paving is all the same. It's just the geometry has been basically rotated 90 degrees to accommodate that request by city planning. So really the only change has been that we've increased the number of trees along 18th Street, and we've also changed the orientation of the plaza. And with that, everything is exactly.
I'm working OT, that's why. Oh, shoot.
Hello?
Go ahead, Michael, if you can finish.
Okay, but that was it. I didn't know what happened there, but so there are very few changes other than we're adding trees and really accommodating the request of city planning to change the orientation of the circulation in the plaza.
All right, thank you, Mr. Tegnell. Yeah, I think that was a human error there on somebody's part, that outburst. So Mr. Tegnell, the question I have is, since we're increasing the number of trees along 18th Street, does that inhibit their growth at all? Being that they're together than they would have been originally?
No, I mean, we had them, I think they were at 40 feet on center before. Now they're at about 25 feet on center. No, I think that's fine.
Okay. That's it for me. Anybody else? Any questions? Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
And anybody, any questions for Mr. Gearing too before we let him go? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I can call my last witness, Mr. Charles Hyde, who's just on before.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening, and just for the record, Mr. Hyde has been qualified and is still under oath tonight.
Understood, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. So you've been present for the entirety of the testimony on this application, and you've had the opportunity to review the site plan application, preliminary site plan application that was already approved, the redevelopment plan, and the applicable zoning ordinances, correct?
Yes, I have.
So from your professional opinion, planning opinion, does this project comply with the redevelopment plan or applicable redevelopment plan and ordinances?
Yes, just to recap, we're in the high-rise district. We have a lot that's approximately 50,000 square feet. We are availing to two bonuses, one being a lot coverage bonus, which increases the lot coverage an additional 10%. And we are complying with that provision, as well as the density bonus, which increases the density on the subject property approximately 30 units per acre. Those are provisions that are in the plan that we are still applying for and keeping in this application. As it relates to the zoning requirements, the zoning table that's been prepared, we closely reviewed with the project engineer, the project architect. to determine compliance. So we do believe that it is in compliance with all the specific bulk standards. And I do believe that specifically with respect to the open space, the plaza on the west portion of the property, that the intent there is to create a connection over time as other properties in the area do begin to be developed. So at this time, we're providing space for that plaza to exist as this project's built and coordinate to a greater plaza in the future. So I believe that we're meeting the intent with providing open space and plaza area in the redevelopment plan. There are specific goals and objectives from the redevelopment plan that this project specifically addresses. Coordination of redevelopment activities. That's purpose, objective E. Objective H, provision of land parcels of sufficient size and configuration so as to permit economic development, again, 50,000 square feet. So it's a substantial scale to accommodate the proposed development. Objective I, provision of site improvements for the beautification of the plan and surrounding neighborhoods. I think that's the intent with the improvements at the ground level with the added street trees, as well as just the overall aesthetics of the building. Objective L, development of a network of public open space throughout the plan, which shall be designed to improve pedestrian circulation and act as a catalyst for retail development to help preserve important vistas. So we are trying to contribute to that open space connection in the redevelopment plan with the proposed plaza area. And lastly, the purpose objective M, creation of a major new employment and housing opportunities for residents of Jersey City. And that's exactly what we're trying to do with transitioning this vacant property into a mixed use development to benefit existing and current and future residents of Jersey City. So that's my review of the zoning and the objectives of the redevelopment plan.
Thank you, Charles. Mr. Chairman, are there any questions?
I have none. Anybody else? Any questions for Mr. Height?
Okay, with that, it completes our presentation if there's any other questions.
Okay, thank you, Council. Let's open it up for public comment. If anybody from the public wants to comment, please raise your hand. And if you are calling in, once again, press *9 to raise your hand. Anybody from public?
Chair, see no more public comment. I would like to move to close the public comment section.
Second it.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Mallory, do you have anything else you want to add?
Yeah, I'm just going to share my screen real quick with the staff report. So I think this is a pretty straightforward application. They're just seeking final approval on the preliminary approval that was obtained under P17-032. The minor changes that have occurred are substantially related to the plantings along the right-of-way and the plaza design. They did work with us on the plaza design, and that was in response to the amendments that were passed in this plan area earlier in the winter. We just wanted to ensure that should some of the visions of the updated plan come to fruition over future years, that this plaza would be able to be continued and incorporated for public access to hopefully a future light rail station in this neighborhood. So they worked with us to realign those planters and ensure that hopefully we can also incorporate the trees that are going to be planted and keep the mature tree canopy established. I would also just add that they are utilizing 2 bonuses. Those trees are linked to one of those bonuses, as Charles had explained, and the other bonus was under the previous version of the plan. That bonus has been revised in the recent adoption, but under that bonus, they are required to make an open space trust fund contribution in the amount of $187,000, and that's at $5,500 per unit for a 30 unit per acre density bonus. So they are utilizing that bonus tonight and will be making that contribution should approval move forward. Other than that, I think we heard substantially in the engagement that we did with the last update to this plan. We had multiple public meetings, and one of the biggest things we heard from this neighborhood was the lack of tree canopy in the area and the lack of just greenery in general. And so I think this project will bring substantial improvements to the neighborhood and be the first, hopefully, in establishing a healthy tree canopy along 18th Street, which is, I think there's 2 trees on that entire street in the current condition. So it would be great to see this site develop and build out and start to get a little bit more of a urban neighborhood really formed here. So with that, I don't have any other comments. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer, and staff recommends approval with conditions.
Okay, thanks, Mallory. Anybody, any questions for Mallory?
Chair,
Okay.
I would like to make a motion to approve case P 21-061 as presented to the board tonight.
Okay, motion is made and seconded for approval.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm on the record that the applicant had the opportunity to review the conditions and was okay with them before we go ahead with roll call.
Council, you're okay with that?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Great. Okay, acting Vice Chair Gangadin.
Aye.
Okay, Commissioner Torres,
Aye.
Commissioner Allen,
Aye.
Commissioner Horton,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
and Chairman Langston.
Aye. Yeah, I'm happy to see this didn't change much from the preliminary plan. So yeah, it's an aye.
Okay, motion carries, all in favor with conditions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on to item 15 is case P21-066 is a final major site plan for 650 Grove Street.
All right, promoting Francis Reagan.
Just for the record, my dog came in hot when we started talking trees. Just fun right around.
Let's give him a few years to establish before we let the dogs loose.
All right, Frank Reagan's with us.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Frank Regan, attorney for the applicant.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening. I've got the same witnesses, so I see that they're all still up there. I think Ed Colling may be replacing Mr. Height. That would be it. But we're here this evening with respect to 650 Grove Street, which is actually diagonally across the street from the application that you just approved, just to the east. And this is also for final site plan approval. Preliminary approval was granted by this board in December of 2020, so not very long ago. The application that's being presented this evening is essentially consistent with the preliminary approval that was granted by the board back in December. There have been some updates to the plan as a result of conditions imposed as part of that preliminary approval. And I don't have anything further other than highlighting that the applicant is taking advantage of the residential density bonus as well as the landscape bonus. And my first witness will be Matt Newells from Dresdner Robin, just to briefly walk you through the updates that have been made to the plan, and essentially all of the professionals that I have that'll provide testimony this evening essentially will be doing the same thing. So hopefully we can be pretty brief about it.
Appreciate it.
So council, I am to receive the affidavit
yes,
of
thank you.
publication, proof of mailing with
Thank you.
respect to the application at 650 Grove Street. It's case P21-066. All appears to be in order. Chairman, we could go ahead and mark that as A1. And with that, council, if we could keep it to just the updates as
Absolutely. Understood.
tight as possible.
Absolutely. So I'd like to bring up Matt Newells, please. Matt.
Hello,
I know you-
good evening.
Chairman, Mr. Knowles has been sworn. He remains under oath, and he has been accepted, so we will continue accepting him as an expert in the field.
Thank you. You beat me to it.
Thanks. Matt, you were involved obviously in the preparation of the preliminary site plan that was approved by this board, and as well as the final site plan that was submitted as part of this application.
That's correct.
And if you can just walk the board through, the changes that were made to the plan. I know they're minimal. But if you can do that and then maybe touch upon the most recent engineering review memo that we received, and really just touching upon any of the conditions, that you may have issue and the applicant may have concerns with, which I'm not sure if there are any.
I'm gonna share my screen again, start off with the first page of the plan set, once that loads up. Can everyone see that? Good, okay. So again, starting from the first page of the plan set, which is the cover sheet for the final site plan, 650 Grove Street. Going to zoom in again to the area map. Just briefly refamiliarize, I struggle with that word, familiarize the board with the location of the site. Again, as noted by Mr. Regan, the site is diagonally across from the project that we just spoke about, which was over here. This project is along the south side of 18th Street and stretches between the Grove Street and Marin Boulevard intersections there. Again, located diagonally north and east from the Lackawanna warehouse, and sort of across from the Newport Plaza shopping area. So I'll just go back to the screen. Going to move down to the site plan sheet, just briefly describe the site and some of the changes. Again, as I mentioned before, buildings located along the south side of 18th Street in this area between Grove and Marin Boulevard. Some minor changes have taken place. We added, there's additional trees along the curb line along 18th Street, and some of the additional landscaping will be addressed by a project landscape architect in later testimony. A small entryway over here is added since the last presentation, again, just to allow utility access to a utility room in the back of the building. It's not for the residents or anything, it's just for maintenance purposes. And that's really the main part of the changes that would appear on the site plan. The building's still in the same orientation, location, entryway is the same. Again, it'll be discussed during your architectural presentation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Knowles. Anybody, any questions? Okay, thank you, sir.
We'll go to Mr. John Gehring, please. John.
Sure, we can put up the 3D perspective. I will keep it short because since we met for preliminary approval, there have been no changes. Just to bring some context for those that aren't familiar, the building is 10 stories in height, total height of 110 feet. The building is predominantly mixed use and residential, and it's divided into 3 segments. The first component is the base, which has parking, building support services, and the building office. And then above the base, we have floors 3 and 4, which is office space. And then floors 5 through 10 is all residential units, where we have a total of 108 units. So with that, we have made adjustments to the landscape plan based on meetings with the city. And we would like to introduce the plan and have Mr. Tegnell take that on.
I have nothing further from Mr. Gehring, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gehring. I have no questions. Anybody else from Mr. Gehring?
No.
Bring Mr. Oh, I'm sorry.
If we could let the record show that Mr. Gehring was sworn in already tonight, was accepted as an expert witness and is on the oath.
Seeing no questions, Mr. Chairman, we'll go to Mr. Tegnell, who's going to just touch upon the trees in particular and the landscaping.
Okay, thank you.
That were made.
The same goes for Mr. Tegnell. He was sworn in previously, is under oath, and is still qualified.
Thank you. Mr. Tegnell, can you just briefly describe, the changes that were made? And I know.
So the plan that you have before you is largely the same as it was previously. The only thing that we have added at the request of the city was to add some trees along 18th Street, along the curb line. So we've added like 10 trees along there. And I think, again, this will enhance the entire 18th Street corridor that we're trying to establish there. So, we don't really have a problem adding all of those. there is another comment that was made, which was to eliminate 5 trees on Marin, which we can do. And it will still allow us to meet all of the landscape bonus criteria that are established. Right now, there are 33 trees we have on site. And we only really need to have, let's see, how many do we need to have? We have 33 total. We can eliminate the 5 and it won't impact anything. But I think, unless there's a strong compelling reason to eliminate those trees on Marin, I would prefer to keep them. So I would ask the board to consider that. But again, we would eliminate those if need be.
And Mr. Tegnell, those are the 5 interior trees on Marin, and that was a recommendation or, yep.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
And that was
Can
a
I
request.
clarify, was that a request from engineering review?
Yes, I was going to just touch upon that. Yes, that was a request from engineering. And obviously the applicant is willing to do that unless the board would like us to maintain those trees.
I'll throw it out there to the board, but myself, I'd like to maintain those trees. Anybody else, anything?
I have one question about the trees though. How are they affecting the light in that area? They are 2 layers of trees
And that may be
as they
best.
fully grow.
Yeah, and maybe, I don't know if Michael, if you can address that, or it's best that maybe Matt Newell address
Well, I
that.
think Matt can bring up the photometrics that you got there.
Sorry, was on mute. I'll go back to the lighting plan that we do have just to help to address that a little bit. So this is the lighting plan that was submitted with the board's package. It's a copy of the same plan, and I'll just zoom in a little bit to help out, show you where the lights are oriented closer to the curb. So they're kind of oriented in line with the trees closest to the curb line, and we do maintain the proper spacing with the trees and the lights. So for example, eliminating those 5 trees that Mr. Tegnell described, those are located behind the lights. So they really won't have any effect on the way the light, eliminating them versus keeping them won't have much effect on the way the light falls on the street. Would probably have limited effect on the way the light falls on the sidewalk, only because they're sort of closer to the building in that regard. So I don't think it'll have a major effect on the way the light is in the public realm.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think we should be eliminating those trees there either, but I'm just wondering, just to adding up more trees, how that affects that area and light in itself in general. Hoping that you can still keep the other trees there. That's all the concern I have. Thank you.
Okay, Mallory, what do you think? Same as the last one?
Yeah, again, this is a really flood prone area and trees go a long way. We also do have some, large existing industrial blocks where it's really hard to establish that tree canopy. So I would, say the few chances we get to establish that in this neighborhood, we should prioritize. And regarding the light, I would also just offer on that particular stretch, we're on Marin Boulevard. So we're across the street from a large shopping center that has a high volume of light. I think you will get some ambient light in that part of the sidewalk just from the activity across the street. So I wouldn't be concerned, like from a safety perspective. They are including the lights that are required for the site. And in general, I don't see any detriment with the trees being there.
I agree. Yeah, I'd rather see those trees stay.
I agree.
I have nothing further from Mr. Tegnell, and just our last witness is Ed Colling, who will be brief.
Sure, if we could promote Mr. Colling, his hand is raised there. Yeah, I have nothing for Mr. Tegnell either. Anybody else? Okay, thank you, Mr. Tegnell. We appreciate it.
Okay.
And if we could just promote Mr. Colling.
Promoting.
Hi, Ed. How you doing?
Good evening.
I'm just gonna swear you in, all right?
Yes.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, it is. Yes, I
And if you
do.
could- And if you could, just state and spell your name for me, please.
First name Edward, Edward. Last name Colling, Kolling.
Thank you.
And Mr. Collin, good evening. Obviously, we've qualified you numerous times. Your license is current still?
Yes, my license is current, paid, and up to date.
All right, thank you. You're qualified.
Thank you. Ed, you've reviewed the application, the plans, the redevelopment plan with respect to this property. And if you could just give the board your opinion on its compliance with the redevelopment plan.
Certainly. Yes, the plan is in full compliance as it was during preliminary approval. As Mallory has pointed out in her report, she's also confirmed that it is compliant. She does discuss that we are asking for the density bonus, which is the same as it was with our previous preliminary approval. There is one minor change really, and that's in the landscape plan. But we actually have increased the number of trees, so that's really not an issue. Just to address the landscape bonus, when this project received preliminary approval, it was prior to the most recent amendment to this redevelopment plan. And under the previous approval, you were permitted an extra percentage of coverage, building coverage, for every additional tree that was planted. In the previous plan, we needed 22 trees. We still need 22 trees. In the previous plan, we were asking for an additional 1.4% coverage, so we had to have 2 additional trees, which we did. Our coverage has increased 0.9%, which requires us to have a 3rd additional tree. But as the landscape architect has testified to, we now have 33 trees. So even with the bonus, we'd only be required to have 25 trees. We have 8 additional trees. So I don't think there's really a question as to qualifying for the bonus, but we did want to put that on the record. And the additional coverage comes really from the additional access that we provided to the utility area. It's not an increase in the bulk of the building, as the architect described. It's the same building. It's not an increase in height or coverage from the building itself, but simply from the access point to get to the utility areas. So again, we continue to comply with all bulk standards, and we can continue to comply with both the density bonus and the landscape bonus for coverage.
Thank you, Ed. I have nothing further, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing for Mr. Colling. Anybody else? All right, thank you, Mr. Colling. We appreciate it. And counsel, you said that's the end of your presentation, correct?
That is it, yes.
Okay, so if anybody from the public wants to comment, this would be your time. If you could, please raise your hand if you'd like to comment. And if you were calling in, press *9 to raise your hands. Anybody from public, please raise your hand if you want to comment.
Chair, see no more public comment. I would like to move to close the public comment.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Public is closed. Mallory, do you want to wrap us up?
Yes, so similar to the last application, I'm just going to share my screen. We have standard conditions proposed in addition to the condition related to the open space trust fund contribution in accordance with the density bonus of the plan, former version of the plan. So that would be due prior to signature sets being released. I think we addressed the trees. Other than that, staff recommends approval with conditions.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P21-066 as presented to the board tonight.
Second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval.
Okay, Acting Vice Chair Gangadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres,
Aye.
Commissioner Allen,
Aye.
Commissioner Horton,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
and Chairman Langston.
I know we're hearing these pretty quickly, but I'm excited for this area. 18th Street's needed that tree canopy for some time, and I'm really glad to see this come to fruition. So it's an aye. It's an aye for me.
Motion carries, all in favor with conditions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
All right, let's call item 16 as case P21-102 is a minor site plan with variances for 42 Communicable Ave.
Promoting Jeffrey Lewis and Thomas Lean.
Good evening, Commissioners. Before I begin, this is a notice case, so I would just ask confirmation from council that he's received my affidavit.
Thank you, Council. Mr. Chairman, I received the affidavit of publication mailing with respect to the application at 342 Communicable Avenue. It's case P21-102 here in the city. All does appear to be in order. We can mark it as A1 for the record.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Council. This should be a very quick presentation. This is a vacant property within the Morris Canal redevelopment plan area located between Whiten Street and Pacific. This board actually heard almost an identical application for this property earlier this year. The previous approval was for a 4-story building with ground floor commercial and 7 units. The biggest change here is that we're really just going from 7 units down to 3 while making the retail space on the ground floor a little bit larger. The materials itself haven't changed. We did change a little bit of the rear of the building to make larger windows, but the bulk is almost identical. The variance that was previously approved by this board is almost identical. The reason that we had to come back, and this is not an amendment, is the ordinance requires if you increase or decrease the unit amount by 20%, it has to be treated as a new application. So with that, I'm just going to ask Jeff to just really quickly run through the plans because, like I said, the bulk of the building is almost identical.
All right, thank you, Council.
All right, thanks, Thomas.
Hi, Jeff. Do you swear any testimony you get tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Yes, Jeffrey Lewis, Jeffrey-Lewis.
Thank you.
Mr. Lewis, good evening. Your license is current tonight?
It is current and in good standing, yes.
Okay, thank you. You're qualified again.
Great, okay. I'm going to start right up with my screen share. Okay, so we are talking about 342 Communicable Avenue. As Thomas mentioned, this is an undersized lot. We're only 25 feet by 75 feet deep, located between Pacific and Whiten. You can see on the right an image of the empty lot in the middle with the existing 4-story building to our left and 2-story building to our right. We are proposing a new 4-story building with ground floor commercial and 3 residential units above. Looking at our proposed site plan, we're going to look at the one on the left here. We're proposing new concrete curbs, new concrete sidewalks, and 1 new street tree. Our proposed building is built on the front and both side property lines. We have a 50-foot rear yard setback. We take that space for patio, a lawn area, and both of these will be bordered by shrubs and a 6-foot-high vinyl fence. Moving on to the floor plans. Looking on the right, we have our ground floor. You can see the ground floor is mostly taken up by our commercial space. It's a total of 1,091 square feet and also has a bathroom in the rear and access to that backyard that I just mentioned. Flanking the commercial space on both sides are 2 separate residential entries, each leading to their own staircase. And then also located on this ground floor, we have a trash room, meters, gas meters, electric meters, and a sprinkler room, as this is a fully sprinklered building. Looking at the upper floors on the left, this is the 2nd floor plan. It's the same plan for the 3rd floor and the 4th floor as well. So it's a typical apartment layout. It's a 3-bedroom, 2.5-bath apartment that is 1,170 square feet All the apartments have air conditioning, washer dryer in the unit, 1 bedroom in the front, 2 bedrooms in the back. Looking at the roof, we have a hatch to the roof with our condensers on the roof. Besides that, it's empty. And then looking at our building elevation, we are doing a fairly traditional building here. The base is finished with a light gray cast stone. This commercial space in the middle has large aluminum storefront windows and doors with a black finish. And then those residential entries on both sides each have a wood full glass door with the transom above, all painted black. We have a 18-inch cast stone sign band just above that, separating the lower level from the upper 3 levels. And those upper 3 levels are finished with a red smooth brick. All of the windows are wood windows painted a dark green color with also 4-inch cast stone sills and 8-inch decorative cast stone headers. And then looking at the top, we have a wood cornice, which is wrapped in a dark green aluminum finish. Side elevation is mostly on the property line, as I mentioned, but where we can see it above the building next to us, we're proposing gray hardy plank siding. And this is the 4-story building next to us. We're a little shorter than that building, so there'll be a little bit of hardy plank on the back of the building, but that's it. And then looking at the rear of the building, again, this is hardy plank siding. And as Thomas mentioned, we made these very large, these are actually sliding glass doors with black aluminum Juliet balconies in front of them. Okay, thank you very much. That actually concludes my presentation. If anyone has any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lewis. Let's talk mechanical screening on the roof. Is there any around that condenser unit?
I don't believe we are proposing it. I think it's set back far enough where you're not going to see it from the street, that's for sure.
Okay, and that's below your parapet?
Actually, yeah, we do have a 42-inch parapet around the whole building. And then we're set back a good 15, 20 feet from the front of the building.
Okay, works for me. That's fine.
Okay, great.
Okay, anybody else? Any questions for Mr. Lewis?
This is sprinkler building, Mr. Lewis?
Yes, this building is fully sprinklered.
Okay. That's all I have.
All right, anybody else? Any questions? All right, thank you, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Jeff.
Yeah.
I have no further witnesses. I would just say again that, this board has already granted the variance that we're asking for. It's obviously a function of the fact that this is a truncated lot. Standard lot's 100 feet deep. This is 75 feet deep. If you saw on Jeff's plans, we are accounting for the neighboring windows with a little indent in the back there to provide light and air. And that's basically all I have.
Okay, thank you, Council. We appreciate it. At this time, let's open it up for public comment. If anybody's here from the public that wants to comment, please raise your hand. And once again, if you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hand. Anybody here from the public that wants to comment?
Chair, seeing no more public comments, I would like to close the public comment section.
Seconded.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public's closed. So this is Matt's. Cameron, I assume you're covering for this?
I'm actually here tonight.
Oh,
this
how was the
time,
party? How was the birthday party?
Good. The kids are in bed.
Good.
I have not been sworn in though, so I need to be sworn in.
Please.
Hi, Matt. Is you swearing any testimony you give tonight? It's going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, commissioners, I think this is a pretty straightforward application and it should be familiar to you. This is meeting the goals and intent of the mixed-use A district in the Morris Canal redevelopment plan. They showed the survey and some pictures that show that there's little option to correct the variance that they're asking relief from, and the facade definitely shows that it's in keeping with the rhythm with the other buildings along that row. Staff recommends approval.
All right, thanks, Matt.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P21-102 as presented to the board tonight for approval.
Seconded.
Okay, motion is made and seconded for approval.
A motion to approve, Commissioner Gangadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Allen,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres,
Aye.
Commissioner Horton. I believe that was an aye. Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
and Chairman Langston.
Aye. Very impressed with the wood cornice. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Motion carries, all in favor. On
All right.
motion to-
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, everybody. All right, so let's move on to item 17 is case P20-173 is a minor subdivision for 43 to 45 Charles Street.
All right, promoting Stephen Joseph.
Thanks, Cam.
Okay, everybody can hear me?
We can.
Wonderful. Good evening. Stephen Joseph of the Tromley Law Firm, 4345 Charles Street. We noticed for this on November 9th, but it was carried along with all the other applications. Can we confirm we have notices, council?
Thank you, Council Chairman. I am in receipt of an affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to a minor subdivision at 43-45 Charles Street here in the city. It's case P20-173. All does appear to be in order, so we can mark that as A1 for the record.
Great, thank you so much. 43 Charles Street is located mid-block on the south side of Charles Street, near the corner of Charles Street and Summit Avenue. The property is in the R1 zone. In the R1 zone, at the minimum lot size is 25 by 100. Subject lot is 50 by 100. The applicant proposes a conforming subdivision to create 2 new lots, each 25 by 100 and 2,500 square feet. In the past, the boards saw another application that also proposed construction. That's not happening here. This is just a conforming subdivision. The applicant did obtain a demo determination from the Historic Preservation Officer under memo DS 20-102. There's no historic significance to the building. Finally, the applicant has agreed to a single 10-foot curb cut for the use of both properties. Typically, when we agree to this, the 2 buildings are attached to facilitate the 1 curb cut and garages. I don't have a surveyor with me this evening. The board typically doesn't hear from the surveyor. That concludes the direct testimony.
Okay, thank you. Anybody, any questions for Mr. Joseph? All right, thank you, sir. At this time, we'll open it up for public comment. Anybody from public that wants to comment on this application, please raise your hand. If you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hands. Anybody from public?
There's seeing no more public comment. I would like to move to close the public comment.
Second.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. Public's closed. Cameron, do you have anything you want to add?
Just going to add to what Stephen Joseph has already stated, but I'd like to just get it on the record that he agrees to the conditions stated in the November 3rd, 2021 staff report. Are those conditions acceptable, Mr. Joseph?
The applicant agrees.
All right. Yep, not much here. Conforming subdivision, shared curb cut. Staff recommends approval.
All right, thanks, Cam.
Chair, I would like to make a motion to approve case P20-173 as presented to the board tonight for approval.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval.
All right, Commissioner Horton.
Aye.
Commissioner Gangadin.
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai.
Aye.
Commissioner Allen.
Aye.
Commissioner Torres.
Aye.
And Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries all in favor with conditions.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
Yep.
All right, so let's move on. Item 18 is case P21-057 is a minor subdivision with C variance for 99 Arlington Ave.
Great. Stephen Joseph of the Tromley Law Firm for the applicant. This was also noticed for November 9th and it was carried over to this hearing. Council, can we confirm notices?
Thank you, Council. Mr. Chairman, I am to receive the affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to the minor subdivision with the C variance for 99 Arlington Avenue. It's case P21-057. all does appear to be in order. We can mark it as A1 for the record.
All right, thank you, counsel.
Thank you. So 99 Arlington is located on the corner of Arlington Avenue and Myrtle Avenue. It's a 50 by 100 lot. The property is located in the R1 where the minimum lot size is 25 by 100 and 2,500 square feet. The applicant's proposing to subdivide the lot into 2 new lots, each 25 feet in width and 100 feet in depth. However, each lot here will be only 2,494.5 square feet in site area. Why that's the case, Jeff Lewis will give us some brief testimony on why math is funny sometimes. The applicant did obtain a demo determination from the HPO with a memo DS 20-103. The applicant has also agreed to a single 10-foot curb cut for the use by both properties. In these cases, the buildings are typically attached to facilitate the single curb cut. I do want to have Jeff's, he's already sworn in, but give some brief testimony on why the numbers are a little weird here.
Sure. And once again, for the record, Mr. Lewis has been sworn, qualified, and is still under oath. And please explain to me why math is funny, Mr. Lewis.
Math is funny, and I had to take a geometry lesson to remember how funny it is. So here's what we're talking about with our lot. The problem is we do have a 50 by 100 lot, but it's not a 50 by 100 rectangle. These angles, they don't meet at right angles. So instead of a rectangle, we have a squished rectangle. So we have a parallelogram here. So the front and the back lines are parallel to each other. The side 100-foot lines are parallel to each other, but they're not perpendicular to each other. So they're not meeting at 90-degree angles. They're meeting a little off from 90 degrees. So how that works when we subdivide it, we still get 2 25-foot wide by 100-foot lots because the way we measure lot width is actually measured along the front property line, basically the same line as the front property line, so it stays 25 by 100. However, when you do the math is actually the same as a rectangle. It's base times height, but because it's not a straight 90-degree rectangle, your height ends up being that 90-degree number. So if you use 100 for the height, if you use 100 for the base, your height ends up being 24.945 feet instead of 25 feet because you have to take the perpendicular line as opposed to the front property line that's a little skewed off. So it would be a straight line coming across here that you measure. And so, like I said, that ends up being 24.945 feet, which, just to be clear, is 2/3 of an inch short of 25 feet. So we're talking about 2/3 of an inch on each of these lots to comply. So that's why math is a little silly sometimes.
I like how you close that out. All right. Anybody, any questions for Mr. Lewis?
Can we put that on YouTube?
But it will be. All right. Thank you, Mr. Lewis. And don't forget to like and subscribe to our YouTube. All right. Anything else, council?
That concludes our direct testimony.
All right. Thank you. Is there anybody here from public that wants to comment? We do have a
Get
hand.
Mr. Lewis to do the math on the screen so we can see it.
Now you're pushing it.
Promoting Mr. Perez.
Sure.
Hi, Chris. How you doing?
Hey, good evening, everyone.
I just want to swear you in real quick, all right?
Sure.
Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Christopher Perez, P-E-R-E-Z.
Thank you.
Mr. Perez, good evening. You know our drill. We have 5
I know the drill. I got 3 minutes and I'll keep it.
No, we're 5. We're 5.
Oh, 5. All right.
Council, I think it's
I've
3.
been chatted with you guys. Good evening, everyone. I appreciate the math lesson that brought me back to being like 17. That was kind of nice. So I'm just chiming in tonight. The president of the Jersey City Landmarks Conservancy. I'm sure you're fairly familiar with the organization, a nonprofit established in 1999, who strives to preserve all things historical in Jersey City. I just wanted to make note of something about this property. Myrtle Avenue used to actually be the dividing line between the city of Bergen and the city of Greenville. And so there are these old retaining walls in our neighborhood. And this property actually happens to have one of them. And it's made out of basalt palisade rock. And I'm hoping that there can be some way to preserve at least some or part of that wall, because the other corner property has it as well. These were retaining walls that held up the dirt and probably delineated the two townships. So they are of historic significance. And I'd like to see if there's a way to get the developer to preserve as much as possible.
All right, thank you, Mr. Perez. I would agree with that, actually. Is there anything we can do here, Mr. Joseph? I know we're all
I'm taking a look right now because a portion of that wall may actually be on the public right of way.
I believe it is as well. I looked at the survey. I think it might be.
Let's see. So I do believe a portion of that is on the public right of way. So if that's the case, the city obviously has some jurisdiction there. I can certainly speak with my client. I could certainly speak with my client about that. The only issue there is going to be access to a potential garage for new development. I'm not sure if I could agree 100% to that as a condition, just because I don't know. I haven't had the opportunity to speak with my client specifically about this. I can certainly work with Cameron. You can see if it's in the public right of way. If it's in the public right of way, there's not much my client would have to say about it. We can agree to limit the removal of the retaining wall as much as possible, so it accommodates access to a garage there for parking. So that would help preserve the entire site on Myrtle.
Yeah, that would be good. It's a very unique condition there because you'll see that intersection. Both corner properties on the southeast and west corner have the retaining wall. So it would be awesome to preserve as much as possible.
Yeah, no, that would be great. I agree. Good catch, Mr. Perez. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you all. Have a great holiday.
You too. Enjoy yourself. All right. I did see another hand raised. I think it was a call in. If anybody's calling in or if anybody wants to comment, please raise your hand. Once again, if you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hand. There you go.
All right, promoting 551-430-0609. Or actually, I'm allowing them to talk.
Good evening. How's
Hello.
it going? How you doing?
Yeah, good evening. Yes, hi.
Just before you get talking, hang on just a moment before you get talking, since we can't see you, I just need you to confirm on the record that any testimony you give tonight would be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
And can you state and spell your name, please?
Yes, my name is Avram Tikolsky.
Can you spell that for me, all of it?
Avram is Avraham. Tikolsky is Tikulski.
Thank you.
All right. Good evening, sir. We have 5 minutes for you.
Yes, hi, good evening. I actually live at 91A Arlington. It's like 3 houses down the lot, and the house is very old. It's not in a good condition. It's falling down over the wall. And we actually here, all the streets are really excited and happy that he's going to be here, like new houses, and will look much better. Over here, will have nice condition and give a better look for the street.
Okay.
So that's what we are trying. I want to bring the voice from the street, and not from the people from other areas. I'm actually live here in the street. You can look my address, my everything. That's where actually I spoke already to a couple of neighbors here, and everyone is very excited for that.
All
There
right.
should be nice new houses, this not fall down the gate over there. It like looks not look nice, like what we want to.
Understood, sir. Thank you. We appreciate the call.
Thank you very much.
All right, have a good night.
Yeah.
Okay, anybody else, if you'd like to comment, please raise your hand. And once again, if you're calling in and you'd like to comment, press *9 to raise your hand. Anybody else from public?
Chair, seeing there is no more public comment, I would like to move to close the public comment.
Seconded.
All right, motion made and seconded. Public is closed. Cam, anything else you want to add?
Yep. So as per usual, I'm going to ask that Mr. Joseph agree to the conditions stated in the planning staff report dated November 3rd, 2021. Are those conditions acceptable, Mr. Joseph?
Yes, and in addition to that condition, I think we also agreed to work with you, Cam, work with staff on preserving as much as that retaining wall as possible.
Correct. So that will be a fourth condition to the staff report. And then also, I just wanted to add that, this is a classic C1 hardship variance. This is clearly a mathematical phenomenon of great feat, which cannot be avoided by any means. And yeah, so for that reason, staff finds the variance to be de minimis and staff recommends approval with condition.
Right. Thanks, Cam.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P21-057 as presented to the board tonight together with staff recommendation.
Seconded.
All right, we have a motion and a second for approval.
All right, Commissioner Horton,
Aye.
Commissioner Gangadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai,
Aye.
Commissioner Allen,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres,
Aye.
and Chairman Langston.
I just want to once again thank Mr. Perez for coming in. That's a good save. These are things we need to keep an eye on. History is important. So I'm going to vote aye.
Motion carries all in favor with conditions.
All right, thank you. All right, let's move on. Mike, are you okay to move on? You need a 5-minute break or anything?
Yeah, I feel like now's a good time to just take 5 real quick.
Okay, let's take 5. It's 9:13. We'll come back at 9:18. Thank you, everybody.
I felt pretty good, huh?
Progress.
Thanks, Ken.
No problem. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. Just gotta call up again now. Got plenty of time, luckily.
Yeah. You got plenty of time now that you figured out the math. Are you the architect on the MLK app next?
Yeah, I'm doing the MLK one, the next one.
Huh.
That's
Well,
the last one I have tonight.
Mr. Regan declined to get promoted, so I wonder why. I wonder if he thinks maybe he's not up next.
Oh yeah, because there's one in between us that got
Carried.
carried.
All right, there you go. Now he's on.
Jeff, be quick.
I'm doing pretty good so far.
Yes, you are.
One's a little bigger than the other two, but
It's all right.
it's a good
Do what you
one.
got to do. I was
quick.
joking. You obviously got to, get on the record what you got to get on the record.
Of course.
I have a half-finished beer here. I'm in
That
Idaho.
sounds good.
I'm doing this from Idaho.
Wow.
It works well.
How long are you?
We drove out here. My son lives out here, so we drove out and we've been out here since Saturday.
They sell that same
Wow.
model, that same model of light out there in Idaho too, huh? We all have that same thing in the living room.
Yep. Yep. This is the house we're renting. It's got, I tried to turn it off, but then it was so dark.
Emmanuel Alvin.
All right. Can we come to order again? Just make sure that we have Mike back.
Thank you.
All right, you got it, Mike. Nothing happens without you. All right, so let's move on to item 20 is case P21-072 is a preliminary and final major site plan with variances for 336 to 342 MLK Drive.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Frank Regan here on behalf of the applicant Tag Development LLC. As you indicated, seeking preliminary and final site plan approval. I do not believe that there are any variances or deviations that are necessary. This is a notice application, so we did submit an affidavit of service. So I'll wait for counsel to confirm that. Mr. Lampe, I was just saying this is a notice application for 21072, and I did submit the affidavit of service. So I just wanted to confirm that you received it and had the chance to review it.
I was just reviewing it, Mr. Regan. I was just confirming it's, yes, 336, 342 MLK Drive, case P21076. Chairman, affidavit of publication, proof of mailing. One of the best we've seen tonight, A1 for the record.
All right, thank you. And I apologize. Our listing on the agenda says with variances, the application says no variances.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have one witness this evening, but before I bring him up, the applicant is the contract purchaser pursuant to a redevelopment agreement and purchase contract with the JCRA for this property. And the one thing I wanted to point out that the witness will touch upon is the redevelopment plan allows for a 6th floor to the building, which is part of the application, provided that 5% of all of the units on that additional floor are affordable. So there will be one affordable unit that will be included in this project, and it will be one of the 2-bedroom units. And we will enter into, the applicant will enter into an affordable housing agreement with the city. As I indicated, I've got one witness, Mr. Jeffrey Lewis, who will describe the building in particular, since it covers pretty much the entire property. So I will bring Mr. Lewis up.
All right, thank you, counsel. And for the record, once again, Mr. Lewis has been sworn, qualified, and is still under oath tonight.
Mr. Lewis, you're
Understood. Thank
familiar
you,
with the application and plans that were submitted for the property in question?
Yes, sir, I am.
If you could proceed with just describing that, the proposal for the board.
Okay, I'm going to bring them up now. Okay, so we are discussing a vacant lot, which is located at the corner of Dr. Martin Luther King Boulevard and Orient Avenue. There's a few images of it here. The one to the left here is from MLK Drive. I'm sorry, I said Boulevard, I live in Newark. And this image is from Orient Avenue. We are proposing a new 6-story, 25-unit building with ground floor commercial and a roof deck. The breakdown for the units is 5 2-bedroom apartments and 20 1-bedroom apartments. As was mentioned, we aren't asking for any variances here, but I would just like to note that our lot depth is only 77.52 feet, which is an existing nonconformity. And then also, as was mentioned, we are receiving a proximity height bonus. This is the result of the Martin Luther King light rail station, which is a short walk from us. And this allows us to build a 6-story building instead of a 5-story building. Okay, so looking at the site plan, we're going to go to the middle drawing here. We are proposing new concrete curbs and new concrete sidewalks on both MLK and Orient Avenue. There are 2 ADA ramps located at the corner here and here. They're existing. We are going to be replacing them with new ramps, just in the same style as they are now. We're showing 5 street trees here, but we also have a comment from engineering. This street tree does not meet forestry standards. It's too close to the corner, and unfortunately, this whole section here is kind of filled with equipment and utility pole. So we aren't going to be able to do 5 trees. We're probably going to have to propose 4 street trees. That's one change we would have to make from this drawing. As far as the building itself, we're built on both of our side lot lines, and we're also built on the lot line at Orient Avenue. On MLK at the front here, we're actually set back 3 foot 8 inches from our front property line, and this is to accommodate a required sidewalk width of 15 feet. And so what we're doing with that space on our property here is we're proposing permeable pavers to the 2 spaces which are in front of commercial and residential entries to the building. And then in the center of the building, we're proposing a planting area. So we'll have shrubs planted there. Now moving on to the floor plans, and unfortunately it's going to take a second to get there. I apologize for that, but it'll go quick once it does. There we go. Okay, so on the right here we have the ground floor plan. Starting from the MLK side, we have 3 commercial spaces. They are 1,716 square feet, 538 square feet, and 495 square feet. That's what we're showing now. However, the 3 spaces are all adjacent to each other, and that's on purpose so that we can have some adaptable space that we can adjust the square footage to accommodate a tenant if we need to. Also on MLK, we have a secondary residential entrance, which leads to the second stair. The main residential entrance is located on Orient Ave up at the top of the drawing. So we have a large lobby, and this gives us access to a package room, elevator, the main staircase, a bicycle storage room for 22 bicycles, an ADA bathroom, a amenity space, which is 434 square feet. And then that accesses a patio, which is 144 square feet. And then lastly, we also have a trash room with a compactor and a chute from above. And this room has access directly to the outside. There's a small cellar located in the front of the building. It's accessed from stair number 2. And this is just where we put our electric meters, gas meters, water and sprinkler system. This is a fully sprinklered building. And then there's a small storage room down there. Then looking to the left, this is our typical residential floor plan. All 4 of these floors are the same. I'm sorry, 5 of these floors are the same, excuse me. The shaded apartments are the 1-bedroom units. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4 1-bedroom units. And then in the back of the building, there is a 2-bedroom unit that's off of this open courtyard in the back. And then lastly, in the center off of the aisle, we have a trash room with that trash chute that I mentioned before. Moving on to the roof, we are bringing both stairs and the elevator up to the roof, and also proposing a 100 square foot elevator lobby. And this opens up to our roof deck. The roof deck itself is 782 square feet. We made sure to set it back pretty far from all sides of the building and to provide green areas as buffers. So the green roof trays are a total of 1,204 square feet. And again, are separating the street frontages from the roof deck. And then the rest of this roof area is used for our air conditioning condensers. I should mention when I was talking about the buildings, all of our units are ADA adaptable with air conditioning and washer dryer in the unit. I apologize for not mentioning that. Moving on to the building elevations. This is the Martin Luther King elevation. And what you can see is we have a 3-story, fairly traditional brick building. And then that's split. And then the upper 3 stories are a more modern look. And what you can see from this elevation is that this break was done to coordinate with the 3-story building next to us to the right. I'm actually going to get back to building finishes in a second. I want to move on. This is the Orient Avenue elevation, which has the same look. Then looking at the side elevations, we are on both property lines. We're proposing a smooth stucco finish that's scored as shown. And also we have that courtyard, which is going to have Arctic white vinyl siding, and the bulkheads for the stairs and elevator, which will also be vinyl siding. That's going to be a light gray color. And then lastly, here we have a more detailed look at some of the finishes of the building. So I'd like to go through them here. The brick for the lower 3 levels is granite red smooth iron spot, and it's shown down here. All of the windows and the doors on the building are black with aluminum frames. We have vertical accent lighting on the first floor between all of the storefront windows. We also have sign bands above all of the storefront openings, and these sign bands are fiber cement panels, painted matte black. There's a residential entry at the main entry on the Orient Avenue entrance. You can see an example of that entry here. It's going to be wrapped in black aluminum. The windows on the 2nd and 3rd floor also have a cast stone sill, cast stone header. And then we're separating that 3rd floor from the 4th floor and above with a black matte aluminum wrapped cornice. And then looking above floors 4 through 6 with the modern finish, these are fiber cement panels with 2 separate colors. The main color is a dove gray, and the secondary color, which is located in between the windows, is a charcoal gray. And that's actually the end of my presentation. If anyone has any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lewis. The one question I have for you is that 3rd floor break in between the 3rd and 4th floor.
Yeah.
Does that align exactly with the neighboring properties?
Yes, and I think it shows pretty clearly on the front elevation here. So we're lining right up with this cornice.
Okay.
The 3-story building next to us to the right.
Okay, very good. Yeah, that was my only question. Anybody else, anything? Anybody else, any questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Lewis.
Mr. Chairman, I have no other witnesses other than I want to just make the point that the applicant has reviewed the November 4th review memo from City Engineering, as well as planning staff memo of 1026, and the applicant agrees to comply with any of the recommendations and conditions set forth in those memos.
Excellent. Thank you, counsel. All right, at this time, let's open it up for public comment. If anybody from the public wishes to comment, please raise your hand. And once again, if you're calling in, you can press *9 to raise your hand. Anybody from public?
Chair, see no more public comment. I move to close the public comment.
Seconded.
All right, motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Matt, do you have anything you want to add?
No, I think the applicant made a good presentation, and Mr. Regan already addressed the staff comments and conditions in the memos from the review agents and planning staff. They have started working with the Division of Affordable Housing regarding that one unit and the administration of that unit. Staff recommends approval.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve case P21-072 as presented to the board tonight for approval.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second for approval.
On a motion to approve, Acting Vice Chair Gangadin,
Aye.
Commissioner Torres?
Is it Thomas?
Yes, Commissioner Torres?
Aye.
Sorry, did I switch up orders here? Commissioner Allen?
Aye.
Commissioner Horton?
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai?
Aye.
And Chairman Langston.
Aye, and I appreciate that affordable unit is a 2-bedroom. We don't see that often.
Motion carries, all in favor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Happy Thanksgiving.
You too, council. Enjoy the rest of your trip, all right?
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Jeff.
All right, let's move on, everybody, we're down to item 23 now. It's case P21-101 is an interim use approval with variances for 150 Pacific Avenue.
All right, I'm promoting Thomas Lean.
Okay.
And let's see. Do you see Dennis Davino on there?
Yes.
Promote Dennis too. Thanks.
Well, we're bringing Dennis in. This is a notice case. I just want to make sure that it was provided to council. Another attorney had previously been working on this, and I believe he provided notice.
But is it going to top Frank Regan's notice? Question.
Well, let's see if I find it first. This might be it. So Chairman, I am in receipt of an affidavit of publication proof of mailing with respect to 150 Pacific Avenue. It's case P21-101 here in the city. Mr. Lean is correct. It was submitted by a different attorney. All does appear to be in order. We can go ahead and mark that as A1 for the record.
Thank you, counsel. Again, for the record, Tom Lean of Connell Foley. The project before you tonight is brought to you by Team Walker. I'm sure that many people are aware of the wonderful things that they've done in the city and in the community, especially in the Morris Canal area. The proposed project is the use of an existing warehouse facility, a build out and facade changes for a vocational school for adults, which in speaking with the community is something that is sorely needed and something that we're very proud that we are able to present tonight. The one variance that we're seeking is in relation to the location of the sign for the actual school. It's not permitted to be above the first floor. We're proposing it as the first floor just for identification purposes. And other than that, the changes to the exterior of the building are very minor, but they are necessary in order to make the space habitable and to really get the building going again. And with that, I would bring in Mr. Davino, who's going to go over the interior changes as well as the exterior and show the various spaces that we'll be creating for flex space for the new school.
All right, thank you, Council.
Do we have Mr. Davino?
I don't see him.
I tried promoting him. Yeah, he might have declined it accidentally. He should be coming up there. All right. Antonio Aiello is raising their hand. Are they associated with?
That's his partner. Yeah.
Oh, then there we go. I'm promoting him or her. All right, they're both on.
Excellent.
Can everyone hear me now?
I can hear you just fine, Dennis. Let me just swear you in, okay?
Am I on?
You are on. Can you hear us and see us?
Yeah, now I don't know, for some reason I had to refresh everything. I
All
was
right, well-
getting everyone else, but nobody was getting me, so.
We're working now. All right, so let me just swear you in.
Okay, well, thank you, everyone.
Let me swear you in. Do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Dennis Michael Davino, Dennis, DEV as in Victor, INO.
Thank you.
Mr. Davino, good evening. Is your license current tonight in the state of New Jersey?
It is in good standings, yes.
Okay, thank you. You're qualified.
Thank you. Well, I want to thank the board again for hearing us tonight, and everyone have a good holiday after we get finished. So as Mr. Lean addressed it, Mr. Walker has a unique opportunity. Could you hold on one second? Tony, could you lower that? Oh, sorry. Thanks. Mr. Walker had a unique opportunity to acquire or to get this this building and a unique opportunity to use it for the community. So without further ado, let me start opening up some of our drawings. Okay. You got that by any chance?
We do, yes.
All right, great. Okay, so
we have your beach picture.
Now we see your desktop. Click back on a different window there.
It's not Pacific Avenue.
Maybe exit the share and then reshare. You might have, I don't know, swiped something.
It's not Pacific.
No, that's not it.
Can you kick him out, Cam, and then he can rejoin the share?
How about that?
No.
All right.
Nothing yet.
Right. Try sharing again there.
Can. No?
Now we can see it.
Ah,
Here we
okay.
go.
There we go. Thank you. All righty. So I'm sure everyone's familiar with the building, 150 Pacific Ave. It is located basically between Communipol and Carteret. It is a particular property or the particular building that we have an option and a opportunity to to use is part of a larger tract of land, actually larger tract of land as well as a larger building structure. The site that we are looking at or working on is this. It's approximately 20,000 square foot footprint and 2 stories. And the 3rd story is about a little bit over 3,000 square feet. As Mr. Lean, I explained earlier that one of the variances that we're looking at is a sign variance. But what's unique for this particular site in the canal crossing is it actually falls into a small little section that the canal crossing has it earmarked or zoned for a park. Obviously, it's an existing structure, so we're using it as the existing building, but it is earmarked in the canal crossing for a park, and that's I think that's another reason why we're presenting this before the board tonight. So again, the building is a completely brick structure. It's a combination of a heavy timber building and a concrete structure. It's completely sprinklered. As I mentioned earlier, you could see that the large tract of land is about a little over 15.2 acres. And the area that we're talking about, this area of work, is just under an acre and with, again, a building footprint of 20,000 square feet. As I mentioned, it does fall in that canal crossing in this little yellow section here, which is earmarked for a park. What we're doing is a substantial amount of outside landscaping. We're going to pretty much clean up the outside brick, and we're going to be really doing a substantial renovation so we can utilize the space as a vocational school. Move right into the floor plate for the first floor. As you can see, the way it's been laid out in these green sections, is a little over 19,000 square feet of 3 separate type of workspaces, and another 2,000 square feet of a future build out or a future expansion space, as well as hopefully expanding back into the open storage area. We are presenting to utilize the existing 2 openings on Pacific Avenue. Pacific Avenue be on this side. To utilize these 2 existing openings, one opening will be for a foyer into a large lobby and into the vocational school. The second entrance will be just to enter and go directly upstairs. So the proposal here is to not only just to create these 3 workspaces with areas for a future expansion and some supporting office space, but also to create this lecture hall, a little over 17,000 square foot lecture hall and large lobby area that we had hoped we would be able to utilize for community purposes, community meetings, some area for that the neighborhood could use. So it's not just a building for vocational school. This has been looked at as using a building for community purposes. So it's the second floor is existing office space and also storage. We had hoped to additionally use the second floor for potential future expansion. What we're asking the board also to consider is that we have during this last year and a half trying to get this project off the ground. Mr. Walker has actually had some other opportunities for potential people to join in with a culinary arts school and some other types of educational usage so we wanted to make sure that we provided enough future space for in case a culinary arts school wanted to come in, or an area for cosmetology, we could have that space available for them. So that's kind of like how the second floor is laid out. So in all of these design, in all this layout, we're considering the future expansion, the hopes of the future expansion of the vocational facility. The roof essentially is used for equipment and potential, again, if a culinary school gets involved, we may want the roof to use for possible event space or even a future garden area. Once again, we are proposing a substantial amount of landscaping in the front. We are proposing an area for 21 bike storage. We have a large area for, there's a bus stop actually right about here, and that we have several benches along the front area for near the bus stop. So you can see that let me get over to the site plan if I could. Okay, yeah. All right. So there's 21 spot for 21 bicycle racks here. The building is kind of surrounded on three sides by just a roadway, and then the side to the north and the side to the south are drive aisles. And this particular drive aisle goes all the way around to the rear. So we are going to capitalize on this drive aisle, and we're going to be using this entrance here at the bottom for deliveries of construction materials or the removal of construction debris as the classes go on. So that is essentially how the not just the interior space function, but the outside space functions. We were asked to do doing as much investigation as we could about all the subsurface around the building, since it's a really old structure. It's really difficult to find out how everything is draining and where all the water is coming from. But we did the best we could to figure out that where the main water was coming in and feeding the sprinkler systems for the building, fire protection systems, and how the stormwater drainage works. We have a letter from the MUA, and we agreed to comply with their requirements. So we will be doing a little bit more investigation of how the site is drained and any other utilities that we have to upgrade. I think mainly our conversation with the MUA is that we would upgrade the sprinkler system, the fire protection system, because right now there is no backflow preventers in either one of the two fire services that come into the building. So I think it's pretty much all what I'd like to present tonight. There is a total, just so we understand, is a total of, again, 3 1,900 square foot spaces that we're going to be starting with in hopes to for future expansion. So that's about all I have.
All right, thank you, Mr.
Questions?
I'm sorry, you said there's no backflow preventers right now, or
There are no backflow preventers on the fire protection system, but we have to upgrade those, so we'd have to add those in.
Is the fire protection live right now?
It is live. I believe it's a dry system. There's 2 dry valves on the system now.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense. All right, very good. Yeah, I have no questions. Anybody else? Any questions for Mr. Davino?
No.
All right, thank you, Mr. Davino. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Chairman, I have a question for Mr. Lean, and I guess Matt would be best to maybe answer the question. I could have sworn that the testimony was that this is for a interim use. Am I missing something?
What do you, I'm sorry, I don't know what he meant by interim use, Matt?
Dennis, can you exit out of the out of your presentation? I'm having trouble seeing people's faces.
I just want to be clear.
I think that question is probably better for Mr. Lean, who may know more details about the
Yeah, that's
clients.
why I directed it to him at first, Matt, but to whatever degree, we may need your expertise.
Yeah, I mean, I will tell you what I know. As I said, I stepped into the shoes of somebody else for this project. My understanding was the reason that we went with the interim use, one is it's permitted under the plan to ask for basically any use as long as it's interim. Two, and Matt, this is where you have to confirm for me. Under the redevelopment plan, I'm not sure if you're aware of the way that the canal crossing is drawn, but there are certain portions that are reserved for park space at some point down the road. And the idea of it is that there's going to be a new road grid, and there's going to be new roads in places that are not now, new streets. And at that time, when those projects are completed, the spaces that were set aside as parks will obviously be utilized for open green space. That's not the case right now. The building exists. That road system hasn't been put in place. So the idea here was, my understanding, was to ask for the interim use to utilize the building for what is a permitted use, but in an area that is currently marked as a future park at some point down the road.
Yeah, and I'll add to that, and thank you for some of that, Mr. Lean. On top of that, the applicant is a tenant that is going to be leasing the space. And the conversation came up about the plan requirement for redevelopers agreement. And in talking with the director of the JCRA, after learning that RDA was not something that the applicant was seeking, or that an interim use approval was the best way to go to ensure that we at some point fulfill those objectives of the redevelopment plan, which then led us down the path of, well, is this a permitted use? It is. In Zone A, the mixed use district, schools are a permitted use. This proposal is not expanding the existing building, so it's not an expansion of any sort. We saw this as the best way to treat this application, since, again, they're going to be a tenant at this building.
So and again, I don't necessarily disagree with the analysis that it's a permitted use as far as a vocational school. Council, the thing that I am struggling with, and maybe you're struggling with it, is in the future, if and when these park spaces and streets come into play, do you give up a portion of the property? And I think that's probably why the RDAs are really necessary in these scenarios. It's interim in the sense that it's only good for 5 years. Do we wind up in a inverse condemnation situation? Do we wind up in a situation where the applicant has expended substantial monies into the building? It doesn't look like, and maybe I'm misunderstanding the testimony, it looks like a good amount of money has to go into improving the building for it to function in the manner in which it's being described.
To be honest, because they are not the record or title holder of the property, I don't think there's an inverse condemnation issue here. I really think this is a build out for a tenancy. And, you know, I think there's a lot of uncertainty about the timing of a lot of things in this redevelopment plan. It's a very large area. A lot of it is underdeveloped. The redevelopment plan itself is very ambitious in what it envisions this area to be. And it could be 20, 30 years before these parcels are actually converted into the roads and the parks as envisioned in the plan. I think from my discussions internally, and again, I haven't been there since the beginning of this, the idea was essentially to just get them this approval so they can go in, do the work that they need to do, and start utilizing the property for this vocational school. Once it's established, at some point, maybe the tenant is looking for a more permanent space, another space within this area. But I think, just as Matt said, this was the solution that everybody came to, so we wouldn't have to go through the RDA process, and we could start doing work on the building, and they could occupy the building in the interim until everybody's 100% sure what the build out of the redevelopment plan area looks like.
All right, and then, so the interim use though is it a 3-year period at most?
I don't have the plan in front of me, but most redevelopment plans in Jersey City call for interim periods of 3 years, yes.
And then we do give some extension, but for as long as I've been around, it's maybe a couple of more years. It doesn't go past that amount of time, so.
That's correct.
That is correct. It's 3 years and then it's 1-year approvals after that.
All right, I just want to make sure everybody understands what's going on.
Yeah, I appreciate the question, Santo. So this area is very interesting in that even under still the existing master plan, the 2000 master plan up until maybe next week, this area is actually in that plan zoned industrial. And when we first adopted this mixed use redevelopment plan of Canal Crossing, we put forth the reasons why we were introducing mixed use at that time. In the time since, actually, up until about, I think, 2019, there was a lot of pressure for industrial uses. And in fact, we carved out an area for an industrial overlay. Now, it doesn't include this area, but it's not to say that those pressures may still exist. And the objectives of the plans may or may not be reevaluated down the future as well. But so this area, I think, to what Mr. Lean said, is still an area in significant flux. And we hope to see some major redevelopment soon, especially in the areas close to the Garfield Avenue light rail station.
And Matt, just so I'm clear, we're talking about a 3-year interim use.
Correct.
And just going on the interim uses I've seen in the past, there's no limit to those 1-year extensions, correct?
No.
The board has discretion over the extensions until, there's some kind of build out on those streets.
Correct.
Okay, very good. Santo, are you satisfied with that?
Yeah, again, my question goes to understanding the ask, making sure that the board understands the ask, and really what brought up the thought in my mind was looking at the architecturals. It looks like we're talking about expending, a good amount of money into the building and the potential of future. So, again, far be it from me to tell anybody how to spend their money, but if you're going to invest that kind of money, you would think you want to make sure that it's going to be, longer than 3 years, and I'll leave it at that.
And council, I think nothing prevents us from, once the build out is done, and if it's determined that, they're going to occupy the space in a longer manner, and once we have a better view of what the redevelopment of Canal Crossing is, nothing stops us from coming back with the site plan approval to ask for this to be a permanent use.
Understood.
Is that, I haven't done that level of analysis, council. Is that true? Is it allowed to be, or does it have to be the interim?
Again, without further understanding of what this is, it is a permitted use. However, per the way that the plan is drawn right now, this is designated as a park. We don't know if that's going to be the case once there is as Matt said, there's a more expansive view of this plan. But for right now, again, we just thought this was the best way to go about asking for this use on a site where we're not 100% sure what the long view of it is.
Okay.
All right.
And again, for purposes of the record, Chairman, and just to be clear, it's not a jurisdictional issue. I don't have a problem with what's being proposed. I think council is being very forthright in what is being proposed. And I think that as a interim use, as a vocational school, it's permissible under the plan and the application is proper before this board. But that's the ask for a interim use vocational school.
That's correct.
Okay, counsel, do you have a another witness?
I do not. That is the bulk of our testimony.
Okay, thank you, counsel.
Thank you.
If unless anybody has any questions, I don't remember if I opened it to questions yet.
No, I interrupted the whole proceeding, counsel, Chair.
I'm gonna make just a comment. I think that building has been renovated on the inside already, and it was a art gallery a few years back, and then the art gallery closed, and the building has been. That's why it looks like new windows on the front. What it was when I first moved to the neighborhood, and you build it up. So just saying that maybe it doesn't need that much work inside. I think the building to make it to what they want to use it for now.
I mean, essentially, it's a workspace for vocational. So we're painting the floors, we're putting up wall separations, and modifying the sprinkler system. I don't think the inside's going to take a lot of work.
Okay. You guys have any questions? All right, thank you, Mr. Davino.
Thank you.
So council, if that's your presentation, I'll open it up for public.
That's it.
Okay, if anybody's here from the public that wants to comment, please raise your hand. If you are calling in and you'd like to comment on this application, please press *9. Once again, anybody from public, if you'd like to comment, please raise your hand on this application.
There's no more public comment. I'd like to move to close the public comment.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded. Public is closed. Matt, do you have anything you want to add?
Yeah, I'm just going to add that, so this is a one portion of a really large lot with many different tenants. They are proposing to fix the sidewalk and put in some landscaping and street trees, but just in the portion that's in front of this building. The area is on either side, it's separated by curb cuts or curb returns. So it's not a continuous sidewalk. However, they're making significant improvements, and the area is in really bad shape. There's a lot of tripping hazards. Beyond that, again, they are not expanding this building, and it is a permitted use. And with many new tenants that are going in there, and many active tenants, staff recommends approval.
Okay, thanks, Matt.
Chair, I would like to make a motion to approve case P21-101 as presented to the board for approval tonight.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second for approval.
Acting Vice Chair Gingadin.
I just want to say thank you to Mr. Walker for your forward thinking for Jersey City community with a vocational school and a community space, which is much needed in Jersey City. Thank you. Aye.
Commissioner Torres. Okay, that was an aye. Commissioner Allen.
I really want to see this thing happen. The way the industry is going, and the youth not really having any guidance or knowledge about the trades. This really needs to happen. I think the chairman would agree with me, whether union or non-union. Someone needs to teach the younger generation, because the way it's going now, literally robots may have to take over at some point. So I'm an aye.
Commissioner Horton.
Well,
Was that an aye, Mr. Horton?
yeah, so I'm an aye as well.
Okay, sorry. Commissioner Dr. Desai
Aye.
and Chairman Langston.
I do see Mr. Walker's hand raised. Before I vote, I actually do want to bring Mr. Walker in, if we could. I know it's a little off the wall, but that's me.
I didn't get to vote either, guys.
Yeah, Eddie's not in there yet.
Oh, gosh, did I miss you? I'm sorry.
That's okay, Matt. We're not gonna get no robots to do your job or my job, so we'll be okay.
Hey, guys.
Yes, and we do need to teach the trades to the youth today and let them have the opportunity to make a decent living. I agree 100% with that. I definitely don't agree with robots though. So with that, I'm gonna vote aye.
All right, thank you, Mr. Torres.
So
Yeah.
back to me. First of all, I'll tell Jeffrey, you can't teach a robot which way tight he is. No. It's a trade secret. If we could, Mr. Walker, I think, is a panelist.
He's been promoted.
Okay, I just wanted to check with Mr. Walker. Did you reach out to Patty Kelleher and the building trades?
Yes.
I love it. I love it because you know, this is big. The United Association really hammers home organizing and you know, partnering up with a vocational school in Jersey City is my dream. So yeah, I'm all in. Gladly it's an aye. And you know, any help I can throw your way, please reach out and we'll reach out.
No, absolutely. I need all your guys' help. But as first of all, I'd like to say thank you for what you guys do. You know, I know there's a lot going on, and I appreciate your work. And this is something that's critical to the community, from the perspective of, you know, education and having a career that could provide for your family. And, you know, we had a forced narrative, I would say, on, you know, you have to go to college. Everybody's not going to college. And I understand that. So I appreciate this opportunity. I appreciate you guys supporting this situation. And I appreciate the you know, questions. We're not going to spend too much on this. It's, you know, like Dennis said, you know, it's like the sectional thing, and, you know, so we're going to be conservative there. But it's an opportunity where we could really do something significant and something meaningful, because there's a lot of work coming down the pipeline in terms of infrastructure. A lot of people got to get, you know, certain certifications to be on these jobs, and we'll be collective with this and move together to make sure our population is being beneficial to, you know, all the dollars coming down from infrastructure from a democratic perspective. So I'm thrilled tonight. I appreciate you guys believing in this, and we're going to try to move this thing forward. And we also going to, you know, have some future plans. You know, we want to put a staple in the canal crossing. You know, we went before the Greco, the board. They loved it. So we embrace community participation. That's our number one thing. And we appreciate this opportunity. So I just want to say that. So thank you, guys.
Thank you. We appreciate it. And once again, any help I can give you, I'm there, man. You know, I want to drag as many people along from Jersey City as I can and get them a good paying career. And that's what it's all about.
I'd like to also thank Mr. Walker what he's doing, being a member of the trades. You are right, we're all not made for college, but we made very, very good living, getting into the trade. So if you do, like Chris said, the chairman said, touching with the building trades in this area too, and whatever I could do to help you, always reach out. I'll be, okay.
Yeah, I would like to say if you need any kind of help, let us know. We are there for you. And we can help you monetary or in any other way. Please let us know.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, everybody. Mr. Walker, we appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, guys, 11 after 10, we got one more to go. Are we okay with that? I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right, let's move on to our last cases. Item 25 is case P20-072, is a minor site plan for 370 to 372 Princeton Avenue.
I've promoted Stephen.
Good evening, everyone. Really appreciate you taking this case after 10 o'clock. I know that's not normal practice. Will Weckerman is our engineer. I'm sorry, our architect. We also have an engineer, Eric, who should be on the line as well. If we could get them, we go ahead and get them promoted.
You have an Eric L on there.
Yep, that's him. That's him.
Joseph, we have 15 minutes for you.
Okay, you got it. So this is actually not a notice case. It's just a minor site plan and redevelopment zone. However, I did reach out to the councilwoman and I did send out notices to all the direct neighbors. The board might recall that there was some contention at prior hearing that heard this application with some of the direct neighbors. So I did send out notices to all of those neighbors. That's addresses 374 to 388 Princeton. Since I believe the last date was in April, since that time, my client has retained an engineer to prepare a very comprehensive report, which we provided to the city staff. We're going to hear some testimony from the engineer. But we have first up Will to run quickly through the plans, which are basically unchanged. Let's get Will sworn in and we could run through that quickly because I think the real testimony is with the engineering.
Do we want to say anything about notices or doesn't matter?
Oh, so this is a non-notice case for the edification of the board. We cannot impose a notice requirement in excess of the statute. I understand that Mr. Joseph has gone the extra step to notice the neighbors, so the record reflects that based on his representation. Mr. Joseph, if I recall, there was some questions at the last hearing regarding the potential of excavation and undermining the neighboring structure. Foundation was the concern being raised by that property owner. Did we carry the application and intend to bring it back with testimony already taken? Just refresh my memory on that.
I don't believe we did. I don't believe we did that. It was some time ago. Will's testimony will be brief. I could promise you that. The new testimony is from Eric, our engineer, regarding the structural, the impact of the construction of the new building and the existing site conditions.
But are we proposing the same building?
Same building with some minor changes. The square footage changed a little bit.
Okay.
I recall, I don't think we carried it.
I don't think so either.
I think it was just withdrawn, if I remember right.
Yeah, so I would like to put Will's testimony on.
Absolutely. I just want to be clear I wasn't sure, and my recollection was not clear as to whether we carried it or if it was withdrawn. I don't recall a vote being taken.
No.
There's
So
no vote.
that did not happen. But okay, it was withdrawn and refiled. And here we are.
Great. So let's get Will sworn in.
We swear in, Will, if you could raise your right hand, do you swear any testimony you give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And for the record, could you state and spell your name, please?
Sure. It's William Weckenman. Last name is Weckenmann.
Thank you.
Mr. Weckenman, good evening. I believe you were the architect of record last time, correct? That's correct. Okay, and your license is current tonight? Yes. Great. Thank you. You're qualified. Great. Thank you very much. Again, appreciate your time this evening. I know this is after hours, so to speak, so I will be quick. As we're looking okay? Steve, can you see the screen?
Yeah, we can see your background. We can't see the plans.
Let's see the plans. Same thing happened, Dennis. I was gonna say, I don't remember. Yeah. How's that? Is that, are we good? Or are you still?
There we go.
Okay,
Yep.
Great. Okay, great. So just quickly, the project is on Princeton Avenue, immediately adjacent to the entrance to the Danforth Light Rail Station, which is in the site photograph is to the right-hand side. The property is this vacant lot here, and since the application was filed, this building at 372 Princeton has been demolished, which is the source of much contention on when we presented previously. I won't go into any detail on the structural issues. I'll leave that to Eric. I'll just quickly go through the plans here. Again, just want to reiterate that we're not asking for any variances in conjunction with this application. So this is an as of right project. Princeton Avenues, this is the site plan. Princeton Avenues towards the bottom of the screen. Again, the light rail's on the right-hand side. Basically, we're proposing a 3-story structure on site with associated sidewalk and curb improvements. We're proposing a street tree in the front, along with a nice landscaped front yard. No roof deck is proposed for the project, but we will have a large landscaped rear yard for the rear facing tenants. Let's skip through our boilerplate details here and just go right into the floor plans, starting with the basement level. We have one unit in the basement, which opens out to the rear yard. It's a 3-bedroom unit. All these units are large 3-bedroom apartments, with the exception of one of the first floor units, which is a 2-bedroom apartment. So we have the one apartment in the basement with the utility rooms and bike storage rooms towards the front of the floor plan. Moving on to the first floor, we have a staircase and ramp up to a small lobby. We have one 2-bedroom unit that towards the front of the building, and then another 3-bedroom unit towards the rear. Second and third floors are identical. There's 2 units per floor. They're almost mirror images of each other, one front facing and one rear facing. And then we have with the roof plan, we have a small utility area towards the center of the roof, which will be screened by the building parapet, which we'll see in the elevation shortly. So we're proposing a fairly simple building with the use of fiber cement lap siding. We have a gray siding for the upper sections of the building, and then a wood look fiber cement panel for the first floor. The elevation is consistent on all 3 sides, since the building is visible from Princeton Avenue, as well as the light rail and the side yard as you go down to the light rail. So we're using the same treatment for all 3 facades. This is the rear facade
here as well. And then this is the south elevation, which is the elevation that will be seen from the light rail. And the design of the building reflects the grade change, the slight grade change that happens on site. So it's the height of the building tapers towards the rear of the property. And then in conclusion, we have a conceptual rendering here just to help illustrate the design further. So that concludes my testimony. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
That basement apartment, it's got light and air to the bedrooms?
Yes.
Proper egress and everything?
Yes, yeah, there's 2 exits from the basement level, and they have a sunken recessed patio that doubles as a light and air.
Okay, so the 3 bedrooms are along the back. That,
yeah, that's correct.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, those are my only questions on architecture. Anybody else?
Chairman, I have a couple of questions for council because the testimony from the witness had to do with the property next door having been demolished. Council, is this the application where the neighbor was alleging that there was foundation damage to their building and there was a pending litigation?
Correct. That's correct.
And the building next door that was that neighbor's structure that they were complaining about has since been demolished?
No, their building is the next one over. So Will, if you could point it out.
This yellow building here is the neighbor's building. And then this white building here was the building that was demolished that they alleged caused the structural issues.
Is that the building that was demolished? Is that part of the site or no?
Yes, that's
Yes.
part of the site.
And your client demolished the building?
Yes.
Okay, and they pulled a demo permit for that, and the next witness is going to talk about that component and whether or not that was structurally impacting the neighbor?
The engineer will discuss about the impact of the new structure. I believe our directive from the last hearing was to offer some testimony about the impact of the new structure on the adjacent townhouses. So the adjacent townhouses are all attached. The building that was demolished did not have a party wall with those. But there was some public who had concerns about new construction here. So we did retain a structural engineer to explore the issue and offer some testimony to the board.
Yeah, and just to be clear, that was the board's concern as well, the structural integrity of, that house that was left standing there. Okay. So no other questions for Mr. Weckenman? Okay, council, let's move on then.
Great. All right, so let's get Eric sworn in.
Hey, Eric, I'll swear you in if you could raise your right hand.
Sure.
Where the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
If you could state and spell your name for me, please.
Eric Lahita, last name spelled Lahita.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lahita, good evening.
Good evening.
Recall if we've ever qualified you, have we?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, so let's just hear a rundown of your qualifications and your licensing.
Yep, I'm a civil engineer. We do mostly structural work, licensed in New Jersey, New York, Connecticut, Pennsylvania. We do most of our work in New Jersey. We do underpinning work, design, demolition stuff, design of deep foundations, supportive excavation, stuff of that nature.
Okay.
Design and drawings for that.
And what's your educational background? What's your degree?
I have a Bachelor of Engineering from Stevens, actually, in Hoboken, and Master's in Construction Management.
Okay,
From
excellent.
Stevens.
Thank you. You're qualified now.
Okay.
Great. So Eric, you did have an opportunity to go to do a site visit. Were you able to gain access to the adjacent building?
I was, yes.
You are. So you explored the adjacent building and you also explored the site. Can you just give the board a rundown of your report, a summary, and then talk about the existing structural impact and the impact of the new construction?
Sure. So I'll just do a general run through of the report. My office was asked to visit the site and to respond to concerns by the board and the community regarding the construction of the proposed development at 370, 372 Princeton Ave. In the body of the report, I respond in writing to the previous planning board transcript of March 23rd, 2021. And with regard to that assessment, I don't know, should I share the screen with the report or does that work?
If you want to, otherwise you can just testify as to what you observed, what your findings are, and just for purposes of the record, counsel, sir, were you in the structure that was demolished, or you're talking about the actual building next door? Can you give us the property address?
The building next door, yeah, that was 374 Princeton. That's the one I was inside. The demolition occurred before I was brought on board.
Thank you.
Sure. So with regard to the proposed development on page 6 of the report, I just basically sum up in I guess it's the third bullet point down. It says, with respect to constructing a new building next to the existing older row houses or historic buildings, this can be completed safely and without incident as long as the adjacent building is not undermined or disturbed by excessive vibration or impact. And then I go on to say, after reviewing the plans by Weckham and Architecture and the geotechnical report by Johnson Soils, this office believes that 370, 372 Princeton can be constructed safely without damage to the adjacent buildings. So when I was out there, basically, the soil was up to grade at sidewalk level. We did an analysis on that wall. It's an unreinforced clay brick masonry wall. And we found it to be stable with no surcharging, right? So the soil pressure is not going to collapse that wall. I think that was one of the concerns of the adjacent unit owners, was that the wall was compromised. When I walked inside, I didn't see any signs of damage to the superstructure. I wasn't able to get eyes on the wall itself in the basement because there was a wall covering over it. There was drywall over the wall. I still would like to see that, but in general, the structure looked in good shape. I didn't see signs of cracking or settlement on that wall. So, for the most part, it looked acceptable. But I guess the point of me getting involved was to just kind of confirm that the plans put forward by Will Weckerman, as long as we don't undermine the wall, we don't impact the wall or excessively vibrate the wall, it should be acceptable to construct that building next door. The soils report indicate that you have some unsuitable material, fill material down to about 6 to 7 feet. And that basically would align with the bottom of that wall. But regardless, there can be no excavating below that wall is the gist of it, to make sure that that wall is does not, move at all.
In your review of the plans indicate that the applicant is not proposing to excavate below that existing wall?
Well, So originally the plans had indicated, this was a previous set from Weckerman. They had indicated that the strip footing for the foundation was to be at, I think it was like 8 or 9 feet. And so we discussed that, Will and I, and in review of the geotech report, we're just basically saying you need to modify that plan set. So Will did modify that plan set. That's attached to the report that I submitted, and just basically stated, that basement needs to modify its depth. It cannot go below the wall at 374 Princeton, and that's what Will shows on his drawing set now. If you look at that section through the building, it's just showing that footing. And Will can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's showing that footing at the same elevation or higher than 374 Princeton.
Yeah, that's right. I apologize. That was the one change that we made to the drawings. We adjusted the plan of the basement so that we would not go below the depth of the footing. So I'm happy to share my screen again and show that if you'd like to see it.
Council, I'm just going to ask that that page be marked for purposes of the record. I believe if it was submitted, it was submitted, but I'm looking, and I've got everything from Mark, not seeing the resubmission.
I did not see the engineering report on the online portal. It is a extremely large file. We did submit it. So maybe it didn't make it onto the portal, but I'd like to mark that as well.
Yeah, so let's mark this. Why don't we do this just to play it safe? Mr. Weckerman, I'm going to mark your entire set as A2. If you can give us the last revision date. And council, let's make sure that gets into planning.
It's July 1st, foundation revision number 2.
No, I think it's A1. We don't have an A1.
Yeah, we don't have an A1.
Oh, that's right. No notices. I apologize. A1.
So this is A1, and then let's mark what's the title of the engineering report?
That is report for planning board 370, 372 Princeton.
And you're the author of that report?
I am.
And is there a date on the report?
Yes. Date is July 30th, 2021.
And we can mark that as A2 for the record.
And Mr. Lahita, how many pages is that report?
Just the body is, I believe, 9 pages, but there's 7 appendices, so that's what makes it so lengthy. I could look on the PDF to tell you how many pages it is.
So
it's 110 pages.
Okay, I was going to say we couldn't get a 9-page report on the website. I don't know how comfortable I am moving forward without seeing this report. I know you're testifying to it, and you are an expert witness, but your report is titled for the planning board, and I haven't seen it. It's not in our packet. It's not in the data portal. Cam, have you seen the report?
I can confirm that I did not receive an email. I've been searching my inbox. It might have just been too large and it just didn't send, the email probably said failed send. I understand.
So Cam, I send those links to my files, and it's in the file. So I send those OneDrive links, and the last link I sent to you did have this in there.
Do you know the title of that email? Was it Princeton? I mean, I'm searching the vaguest titles, Princeton Joseph. I mean, regardless.
Council, then rather go back and forth, the bottom line is it wasn't in the package. So what else was submitted that was not in the package? Cam, let me ask it this way. I'm looking at everything from March. My link does not have anything new, including the new drawings. Now, that might just be the link that I have. I don't know if everybody else had an updated file.
No, that's right. You're looking at the active link.
I resent the email. It was on October 6th. But it's, it sounds like the board's not comfortable proceeding.
But so, Mr. Joseph, what was submitted? Revised drawings by
And the
Mr.
engineering
Weckerman that we just marked,
Mhm.
and the engineer's report that he just testified to and marked. Was there any other submission?
There's an updated tax certificate, I believe, but all the other items were the same from the last submission.
Okay. So, Chairman, I don't know if there was more testimony. Council, were you done with the testimony, the direct testimony, and opening it up to questioning from the board?
That concludes our direct testimony.
Okay, well.
So Chairman, I think the fair thing to do is to carry the application and make sure that the board has the opportunity to have the report and the plans in hand. But I think it's also fair to allow Mr. Joseph to present any further testimony and or have the witnesses available to provide supplemental testimony or further direct testimony in light of the fact that the board can't proceed without the drawings and the report and may have questions of his professionals upon review of those. So I think we should carry it to a date certain. I think that December 7th is a pretty crowded agenda, but I think that it would not be fair to the applicant to bump them past December 7th. So I'd like to see them on December 7th.
I agree. I do want to see him on December 7th. I do see members of the public that are here to comment on this too. It seems to me.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question on the drawing that we got to see now, just for clarification?
Sure, go ahead, Ed.
If they could bring up that one drawing that the architect showed the basement, you asked the question about the basement compared to the footing. Maybe for the other board members, they could clarify where that other footing next door to the adjacent property is. I'm looking at the footing at 8'6" down to the basement finished floor.
Sure.
But I can't tell where the other house next door footing starts or that wall that is being undermined.
Or let me.
That the engineer asks us not to undermine that wall.
Let me clarify this for you.
Undermine that footing.
So this line here that I'm highlighting in red is the profile of the neighbor's.
The neighbor's wall.
Yeah, that's right.
So your finished floor is even with their finished floor, with their footing?
Well, what we're doing is we're stepping the foundation at the north property line. So basically, our footing is elevated up to align with the bottom of the neighbor's footing, and then when you're outside of the angle of repose for the soil, then it steps down. So basically, the basement sits just at, basement elevation sits just at the level of the neighbor's footing. But what we did was we slid it over so that there would be nothing below that would impact the neighbor's footing. So, and we run this continuously to the back of the building. So,
Okay, that was my next question. Does it go all the way through to the back of, because that property has a different elevation, doesn't it? From the front to the back? It's like a cliff back there, right?
Yeah, but from what we observed, the foundation, while the grade changes, the foundation depth is fairly consistent.
Okay.
It's a rubble foundation wall, so it's uneven. But basically, we were conservative in how we stepped the footing and shifted the floor plan of the basement. So you can see that this section here in the rear unit is the area above that shelf, which we lost due to the.
And that section goes underneath the neighbor's footing and part of your footing.
That's right.
Covers both walls.
Correct.
Okay.
So again, we adjusted the plan so that there would be no impact or undermining of the neighbor's existing foundation wall.
Okay. I just want to be clear because it was the way I was looking at it, I couldn't tell that off the back, and I don't think my fellow commissioners would have caught that as the. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Sure, of course. One thing I'd also like to say is that when we did our investigative work, we can say with a high degree of certainty that this foundation wall for 374 Princeton is a separate structure. As Steve noted in his opening testimony, it's not a shared wall. It's not a party wall. It's a separate foundation wall for the neighbor.
Mr. Weckerman, if you could go back to the previous screen where it showed that footing.
Sure.
If you could zoom in on that. Perfect, right there. So here's my question. I don't know if you can see my pointer there. I'm gonna annotate this. So I forget what you called this area right here. So that, this is the bottom of the neighbor's footing at I forgot the address already, at 374.
Right.
So as you dig this area out, how much dirt are we talking about keeping here? What's the dimension of that?
I don't know offhand. I believe it's about 16 inches, which is well beyond the angle of repose for the soil conditions given the bearing report. This is a fairly common detail, a fairly common situation that we deal with on these, particularly in infill locations where new buildings are going up right up against the neighbor. So there's and Eric can weigh in on this as well. He's sort of an expert on this, but we tend to do it in sequences. So when they're excavating, they are careful so as to not take out too much soil, and we can inspect the work as it progresses to ensure that no soil is excavated beyond that depth.
Okay, so my question is, and again, I'm not a structural engineer, I'm not pretending to be one. So this 16 inches right here is gonna stop any undermining of the neighbor's foundation as you dig over here.
That's correct. So this other dashed line here on the screen represents the angle of repose of the soil. So basically, when foundation loads don't go straight down, they go down and they come out at an angle from the bottom of the footing. And that's what this angle represents. So, and this is conservative, by the way. Typically, it's a 45-degree angle.
Is that a 1.5 to 1, Will?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we were overly conservative with our estimation here for this angle that we drew.
Okay, I mean, that's my concern, that, you know, what allows, you know, this 16 inches to hold that up. So if you're telling me this is, you know, the correct angle, a conservative angle.
Yeah, that's standard practice for ensuring that you're not impacting a footing. You know, conservative angle, 1.5 to 1 slope on soil. As long as we are not, you know, crossing that line, let's just say, you know, graphically looking at that, as long as we don't go past that, we should be okay.
Okay.
And
That's all hand dug?
I was just going to say that. Yeah, we typically would do this by hand. We would require it be done by hand, and that no heavy machinery be used, because it is rather precise work. It's not very complicated. It's not very difficult, but it does require a certain degree of precision. So this would be excavated by hand for sure.
They tell me about hanging pictures. You should see what my walls look like behind these pictures, so. You don't want me out there with the shovel, I'll tell you that much.
I definitely don't.
Easy.
Bobcat.
All right. All right, so at this point, I guess we carried to December 7th. I apologize to everybody that, you know, like to hear this. I'm not comfortable moving forward until we see that report.
You don't want it to public, just for the few that have stuck on?
I would love to do that. I don't want to handcuff their next meeting though. But you know what, while it's fresh in our minds, yeah, let's.
Before we do that, there's a quick question.
Sure, go ahead.
For Eric. You mentioned that there shouldn't be any excessive vibration, I think is what you said. What constitutes excessive vibration and who's monitoring that? Like, for instance, sidewalk, there might need to be jackhammer, there's gonna be heavy equipment there, there's a light rail behind it. So how are you qualifying that? And then how will that be, I guess, policed going forward so that doesn't happen?
Yep. So typically in cases where you're excavating down next to an adjacent foundation and you're concerned with vibrations or movement, or, you know, that the sequence that you call out is correct, we would submit supportive excavation drawings or sequencing drawings to ensure that, you know, it's spelled out exactly how we want this done. Like Will was mentioning, or you guys were mentioning, you know, doing this excavation by hand, you know, that's spelled out on a drawing. Specifically with regard to vibrations, you know, typically vibration monitoring would be put inside the basement of 374 Princeton or somewhere else outside. That's usually, you know, a daily reading on that. That gets sent to all parties. It gets sent to the architect, myself, anybody else that's interested in seeing that. So and you would have vibration criteria, a threshold. Let's say that peak vibrations that are allowable, standard practice. And if anything goes above that, then you raise the alarm and say, whatever you guys are doing right now is unacceptable. Stop it, and circle back and make sure that they don't excessively vibrate.
So, Mr. Joseph, that begs the question, is there an agreement with the neighbor with respect to obviously they granted you access for your structural engineer to go in the structure. Is it the intent that there would be this monitor put in their basement?
So I'm not sure because I believe they're actually selling the property. According to the MLS, it's currently under contract. So there's going to likely be new property owners there in the near future. That's certainly something that we'd want to do and we'd like to do. The existing owner has granted access to the property. Hopefully the future owner will do the same.
Okay. Mr. Joseph, are you okay with us opening public?
Yeah, okay with that.
Okay. All right. So we're definitely going to carry this to December 7th. Cam, if we could, since it's testimony taken, let's get it right up front on the 7th. And if we could get that report out as soon as possible, that's going to be a nice Thanksgiving read for me.
I already resent the link.
Appreciate
I have one question before we move on.
Go ahead, Jeffrey.
The engineer report. I recall a gentleman, I can't remember which house he was in. I think it was maybe the second house. He said he was taking on water when it rained. Does the engineer report address his concerns about getting water when it's another 10-year storm that we get every week, it seems now?
The engineering report addresses the flooding scenario that occurred. Again, I was brought on after all of these, the flood event occurred. So I didn't get to see it, but I did see a video of that flood, and it appeared that the water was coming in only to the building 374 Princeton. I could be wrong, but that was my understanding, that was the building that was mainly affected by the flood. Another item that I mentioned in the report is that, we should have a drainage plan made up for when we do the excavation, right? Because that's critical period for, if there should be another massive rainstorm when this thing is excavated, logic would say that property is going to flood out again. So like, what are the protections that we need to put in place before we excavate, so that when we excavate immediately, we put that into effect and we make sure that water is drained away by a swale or some other, maybe a pipe to a lower grade or something that, and we do the calculations, make sure that the water that comes into the site can be discharged. Like, all of that needs to be thought out and, possibly, added with the supportive excavation plan. So there's a lot of things that we can think about before we go into construction phase that should be like ready for people to implement for safety of, like the flooding that you mentioned and all that.
Okay. And are those recommendations in your report?
Yes.
So counsel, is it your client's intent that this gentleman will be on the project and they'll be implementing the recommendations in the report? I haven't read the report, obviously.
I believe that's the case. Will can confirm that probably better than I can, since Will's kind of running the show with the construction. But I would hope Eric is retained during the construction. He's done such a great job.
Yeah, it's my understanding that he will be either as our sub-consultant or a consultant directly with the owner. They have an existing working relationship, so I believe that Eric will be retained, yes.
Okay, if we could, we have 2 weeks to get a definite on that answer.
Real quick, Chairman.
That answer for that.
If there is discharge or some kind of drainage behind the property to a lower grade, there's a light rail back there. Is there some kind of authority that needs to be consulted or approve of it
Right.
before it would be confirmed?
Agreed. Yeah, that was one of my concerns. Like, you can discharge water to a lower grade, but walking back there, there's like a crushed stone little swale before the tracks start, and they're not going to like you discharging water to their property. So that needs to be submitted to them, whatever our plans are, obviously before we before we do that. We can't just discharge water to the light rail. Agreed.
Yeah, they, speaking from experience, they don't take kindly to that.
I imagine not.
No, they don't. All right, so at this point, let's open it up to public comment. One thing I do want to advise anybody from the public on, you are only allowed to, and Santa will hopefully back me up on this, you're only allowed to comment once per application unless there's new testimony. So if you'd like to comment tonight on the testimony given tonight, you can do that. And then you'll only be able to comment on new testimony that's given on the 7th. Santo, am I correct here?
Yeah, I think that, again, given the fact that the documents are not available to everybody, you can't really preclude people from questioning those documents after they see them. So what I would suggest is this: let's open it up to public. Let's see what comments or questions we get from public. And if we need to allow questions based on what was reviewed, we're going to have to allow for that. Council, these gentlemen will be back with you on the 7th.
Yes.
Okay, so let's open it up to public. If the owner of 374 is here, I would be interested in hearing from him and his position as far as council's represented that it's his understanding the property is under contract. I'd like to know the reality of that and if there's going to be any type of, well, let's see what he has to say or she has to say, they have to say if they're out there. So we'll open it up to public.
Okay, let's do it. So if anybody's here from the public that wants to comment, if you could, please raise your hand. If you are calling in and you'd like to comment on this application, you could press *9 to raise your hand. Anybody from the public, once again, if you'd like to comment on this application tonight, please raise your hand.
Chairman, for purposes of the record, I am looking at the attendees on the Zoom application. I am showing 5 attendees. Phone number ending in 4995. Phone number ending in 1426. A Cheryl Morrison, a Hannah Bartej, and an MJ. Don't know who any of those individuals are, but those are the 5 individuals listed as attendees at the Zoom.
I can
Council, do any of those names mean anything to you?
They don't mean anything to me. I suppose it could be, people that just like to watch these things for fun. But I don't recognize any of those names.
Okay. All right, so I've opened it up to public. Once again, if anybody wants to comment, you could raise your hand. If you're calling in and you want to comment, you can press *9 to raise your hand.
None.
And I would, at this point, entertain a motion to close public, seeing none.
Seeing the public, I'll close this portion of the public meeting.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to close public. Do we want a roll call to carry, or are we just agreeing to carry?
Just
You can entertain a motion.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion then to carry to December 7th.
Entertain a motion to carry this,
P20-072.
the December 7th meeting.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for carry. If we could get a roll call, please.
All righty, Commissioner Horton.
Aye.
Commissioner Gangadin.
Aye.
Dr. Desai.
Aye.
Commissioner Allen.
Aye.
Commissioner Torres.
Aye.
And Chairman Lice.
Aye.
Motion carries. All in favor to carry to December 7th.
Okay, thank you, everybody. And council, if you could, you said you sent it already, so. you
It's
know.
up. It's up.
Okay,
And I'll also get 100% confirmation about Eric being retained.
okay, thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you, council. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Thank you so much.
So,
Thank you.
All right, so at this point, I'm going to read 3 resolutions into the record, and then I'll entertain a motion to approve, deny, whatever you guys want to do. So I have a resolution of the City of Jersey City for case number P21-079 for 30 Park Lane North, Block 7302, 3.13. Amendment to a preliminary and final major site plan with deviations. This was submitted by Wave Building LLC. Number 2 is case number P21-051. It's an amended final major site plan approval for 316, 325, and 326 15th Street, Monmouth Street, and 15th Street. Portions of 239 Cole Street, Jersey City, New Jersey, block number 6903, lots 1.01, 1.02, 2.01, 3.02, 3.03, 3.04, and 4. And finally, is case P21-044, is for 249.5 Halliday Street. Is a C variance application for block number 20102, lot 49. And I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve those resolutions that was read into the record.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval. Could we have a roll call, please, Cam?
Commissioner Horton.
Aye.
Commissioner Gangadin.
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Sy. Dr. Desai. I'll go to Commissioner Allen.
Aye.
Commissioner Dr. Desai.
Aye.
Commissioner Torres.
aye.
And Chairman Langston.
Aye.
Motion carries all in favor to memorialize resolutions.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Do we need an executive session? Anybody?
No.
All right, thank you. I'll entertain a motion for adjournment then from somebody.
Motion to adjourn. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
All right.
Thanksgiving, everybody. Be safe.
Thanksgiving
Thanksgiving.
tonight. Appreciate